Fucking asshole. Fuck off.
Baby, I can beat to a gift from a drawdown. God damn it. I can't stop sneezing. Oh, man. No, I was about to get on stream. And then I had a sneezing attack for some reason. Jesus. One moment. God damn it. Open mouth sneezes only. You got it. Oh, the zoom in. Damn it. I can reset the zoom in, of course. There. I think I'm good. I think I'm good now. Okay. I think I'm good. No, it's not hay fever. This happens year round. Like, it'll start with a cough and a choke and then a sneeze, and then I'll have like, I don't know, a dozen sneezes afterwards, and then I'll be fine. No, yeah, I mean, you guys have like took a drink of water and then like choked on it a little bit, like it hit the back of your throat or whatever, and you're like, and you think you're dying. When I do that, which is a lot, I cough it up, and then I have a sneeze, and then about, I don't know, 25% of the time I have a fit afterwards of just recurring sneezes, and I have no fucking idea why. No idea why, but I think I'm good now. What up, everybody? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Ezekiel III. We're going to play the 7th Guest remake today in about 13 minutes. It's sponsored, but I was going to play it. I was going to play it anyway. So they're like, hey, you want a sponsor for this? I'm like, yes, I do. Thank you very much. I would love one. So here we are. What a great day. We do have some showcases to catch up on. We have the India Games Showcase, and we have the Deutsch Indie Showcase that we missed because one was too late and one was on Monday. So, and I'm not watching. Excuse me. I'm not watching the Nintendo Direct one because I already watched it. I watched it and I'm like, eh. Listen, I understand how epic it is for everyone who likes that shit, but I can't be fucking bothered with Nintendo anymore. I haven't cared about a Nintendo product in so long. But hey, I am super happy for people who like Kingdom Hearts. Huge announcements for Kingdom Hearts. Good for you. I'm happy for you. And people who like who want to go back and play Ocarina of Time, but with what? Updated graphics, right? The Ocarina remake. Big news. So that's cool. And all I could think when I saw that reveal, I'm like, make Majora's Mask remake, you cowards! Because I like Majora's Mask better than Ocarina of Time. Honestly. And they will. Yeah, I'm sure they will. If this sells well, which it fucking will. Like, was Ocarina of Time the best-selling Zelda game of all time? I want to say it was, right? I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong. Definitely not. Really? Oh, Breath of the Wild was more. Okay. Let's see what the old Google machine says. Top selling Zelda games. Breath of the Wild, then Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, that's the AI overview. We can go to Nintendo Fandom, and it says Breath of the Wild, 34 million units. Tears of the Kingdom, 21 million units. Twilight Princess? Twilight Princess outsold Ocarina of Time. No fucking way. 8.9 million to 7.6 million. Oh man, nothing even is close to Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. That eclipses the next one down by more than almost 3. Almost like over 2 times. And then Breath of the Wild, 34 million to Ocarina of Time's 7.6 million. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. I had no idea. Yeah, because Twilight Princess spread across two platforms, right? The GameCube and the Wii. That might have had something to do with it. Wow. I thought Ocarina sold better than that. I thought it was way closer. It is not even close. Breath of the Wild has got it by 4 times. Damn, dude. That's crazy. Thank you to Vincent for giving a sub to Co-Cabbage. Welcome back to the Co-Cabbage. Dark Horta, 8 hours ago with 30 months. Thank you, Dark Horta. Phoenix with 91. Phoenix 1228 with 91 months. And Mr. Tengu with 68 as well. Ocarina of Time probably emulated more than purchased at this point. Yeah, that's true. That's fair. Yo, Shane's gaming with 26 months. Thank you, Shane. Appreciate that. What else was there in Nintendo Direct that we can just talk about and not watch? Because, I mean, I watched it, and most of the shit I'm just like, another one that's not for me. Oh, The Dark Arisen. Now, what is that? Is that DLC? Oh, it's just a port. Oh, okay. Dark Arisen is just the name of the game then. Okay. I don't even know what I don't even know what Duskblood is, dude. I have no idea what that is. Oh, it is a DLC. Oh, Duskblood is a FromSoft game. FromSoft multiplayer game. Oh, great. I played 0 hours of Night Rain. The Duskbloods? The Duskbloods is an upcoming 2026 action role-playing game by some FromSoft for the Nintendo Switch 2. Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive? Oh my god, and people are excited about this? Man. Ugh. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. Nintendo Direct, or Treehouse, or whatever the fuck they're calling it. It shouldn't be surprising. Because it's, they don't like to share their stuff. So, I mean, almost everything you see from the Nintendo Direct, if not everything you see, is a Switch 2 exclusive, right? But that's a weird one. A FromSoft game that's Switch 2 exclusive? Like, that's weird. Okay. Prince Ali, thank you for gifting a sub to dude. What is this? Yeah, I haven't even bought a Switch 2, and I haven't played my Switch 1 in. I don't remember the last time I played it. You guys probably remember the last time I played it, because I bet the last time I played it was on stream for somebody's 100-month game or something like that. What up, Manson man? How you doing? How did you get so handsome today? Today? I don't know. I didn't do anything today in specific. Oh, I took a shower. Oh, that's right. I forgot. There is something I can tell you guys. Little bit of news in my life. What up, Robo Blake? Thank you for 126 months.
Howdy, disc golfer.
Yeah. So yesterday I went out disc golfing with Max, of course, with Gassy Mexican. And I was like, hey, he said, we're going to have dinner. The ladies are ordering dinner and we're going to have it over at my place. I'm like, okay, can we stop at my house and, let my dogs out? Cause they've been cooped up for 3 hours. So let me go let them out, give them some water and some food and some pee and some poo. and then we'll go have dinner. Get home, just like that boy Trick has nothing in his cage except chew toys. We give him chew toys, hopefully to keep his mind occupied or something, because he can't have anything else in there. He will tear it up. We've given him blankets and cushions and all this kind of stuff. None of it. He just tears it up, and there's just foam and pieces of blanket like everywhere. He just rips it all up. So he has nothing in there now except chew toys, which he can tear up. That's what they're for. He chose instead to shit all over inside of the cage and on himself. He took a runny shit inside of his kennel. And I got home and I opened the door. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And I go in and yep, there's shit just all over the kennel and on his paws and on his, like, oh my God. So I let him out. I cleaned up his kennel, like just did a precursory wipe down on the kennel. I'm like, I'll handle this shit later. Literally, I'll handle this shit later. Put him back in the kennel for about an hour and a half while we went and had dinner. And then I come back, let him out again. And then me and my boy, we got naked and we got into the shower together. And I'm like, you fucking shit smelling, shit covered. Like, I had to like nakedly, fireman's carry him into the fucking shower with me. Ugh. He has separation anxiety? No shit. He fucking hates it. He hates it. Sister is fine. Sister goes right into her kennel. No problem. She loves it in there. She goes in there, lays down. She's got blankets and pillows. She's got all the amenities. And he's sitting right across from her. And that's the other thing. We used to have the kennels next to each other. He will bite through the bars, grab her shit, her blankets and pillows, bring them over to his through the bars of the cage and tear them up. So she's against the wall. He's in the middle of the kitchen floor. Why in a kennel not free? Because we're renting this place and we're like, I'm afraid he'll tear up the fucking rental. In fact, the last time he got out, which is why we had to get new kennels, the last time he got out, he bent the bars of his cage. He pissed on our bed and shit on our pillows. That's why he can't be free. So, Cosmic Blip, I do that. Every time we leave, I have my stream running. I put up a VOD of my stream so he has my voice that he can hear. Doesn't help. He just got to get used to it. He's just got to get used to the idea that kennels are going to be a thing. And I'm thinking about like, I keep forgetting to give him the CBD. Because we have CBD treats, and we could definitely give him those. And it slips my mind. But yeah. But damn, that's why he tears shit up, because he has to hear your voice. One of my dogs busted through a screen window so she wouldn't poop in the house, and my neighbors called me while I was gone trying to wrangle her. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, dose him, give him some drugs. Yeah. Hey, game purchasing consumer here. I'm supportive of sponsors on this channel. Great, because you know why? It's time for the sponsor stream to begin. What is up, everybody? Thank you so much for being here. My name is Ezekiel III. I'm going to be playing the 7th Guest Remake for you guys today. It is available now on all the platforms you love: PS5, Xbox S and S, X and S, and I think I said that right, and PC. Today's stream will be sponsored by Vertigo Games. So thank you very much for sponsoring today's stream. This remake just came out. It is pretty brand new. Came out on the 4th, so 5 days ago. Less than a week old. It was in VR, and now it's in, I forgot to do this. Hold on. I gotta do it over again. Sorry, guys.
I urge you to explore. You may find something unexpected.
I wonder what Stouff's plan is.
The Seventh Guest, 1992, 2024. I'm guessing 2024 would be the one.
Old man Stauff is hiding.
Okay, and that ad should not be there. I've disabled the ads, so we should be good.
What do you want?
Okay, let me try that one more time. And go. What is up, everybody? My name is Ezekiel III. I'm going to be playing the Seventh Guest remake, which came out 5 days ago. Thank you to Vertigo Games for sponsoring today's stream. It was just released, and I played the original on CD-ROM, and it was awesome, and I've been waiting to play this. Since I don't have a VR headset, they ported it out to the regular people.
Testing to see if Seek remembered to shut.
All right. One more time. What is up, everybody? My name is Ezekiel III. Today we will be playing the Seventh Guest remake, which has just come out. Thank you to Vertigo Games for sponsoring today's stream. It just came out 5 days ago. I've been waiting to play this because I played it on CD-ROM. I actually played it on the hard copy CD-ROM. I still own it, and it was in VR, and now it's the non-VR version on Steam. You can check it out now. It's at the top of the chat box if you want to take a look right here. Just go up the top of the chat box, click this link right here, and oh, look at this new thing. There you go. Open the external link, and it takes you right here to the 7thguestremake.com page. And as you can see, you can get it on PS5, Steam, Epic, GOG, Xbox, and coming soon to Nintendo Switch. Not on Switch yet, but it's coming soon. Let's jump into it, man. This is the iconic game, The Seventh Guest, and it has been brought back to life with modern technology, delivering an atmospheric story like no other. Explore a foreboding mansion, solve mind-bending puzzles, and uncover its dark secrets. The Seventh Guest is the ultimate mystery adventure reimagined for modern platforms. Now, let me ask you, is this the game where I said that either I said it or someone else said it, that I have the godlike, was it godlike intelligence or something like that? I remember that became a meme in the channel for a minute. Oh, an intellect to rival the gods. That's what it was. An intellect to rival the gods. All right, we're doing it. Let's do this. I'm actually really excited about this. Search the rooms for Stauff coins, and oh, Stauff! Is he gonna talk shit to me the whole time, you think? They had to leave that in, right? Where he's like, you feeling lonely? Or what is it? What does he say? Does he say you're feeling lonely? Feeling hopeless? If you're stuck, use your spirit board to get a hint and earn and even solve a puzzle. Oh, I don't want to do that. Profile 1, baby, let's go.
A familiar face. Come to play.
Oh, yes, I've come to play. I have indeed. Okay. Oh, video. There we go. Let's pump it up. Borderless. Unlimited. Texture quality. Oh, high. High is the highest. Okay. Post-processing, I don't know. Maybe. Sure. Audio at 100. Language English. Subtitles. I'm guessing subtitles are probably just on by default. But yeah, the one of the key things is there are new puzzles in this. Oh, it was on. Okay, right there under language. Okay, thank you. I missed it over here. Cool. All right, it's on. Let's go. Let's do this.
Outside Harley-on-the-Hudson stood a house.
It was a hobbit
that
house,
scared people.
and that meant comfort.
For years, the house just stood there, waiting. Then
Oh, I'm glad
one
Saucy's
night, the
potato.
house opened its doors. A party was about to begin.
A party. Oh yeah, you can tell this was made for VR. Absolutely.
I remember you, but I don't remember myself anymore. This place does that to you. But maybe we can help each other.
Maybe. Oh, it's got full movement. Look at that. That's great. Oh, crouching. No crouch movement. Just crouch, uncrouch. Super fast.
Do you see your lantern? Take it.
Okay. Okay. Exclusive soiree at Stouff Mansion. That's the stuff. Oh, F tobacco. Okay. Oh, that's a... Okay, so I keep it.
Your lantern brings back objects from the past and even fixes them. It makes the house remember how it used to be.
Would it work on my parents' divorce? Please tell me it'd work on my parents' divorce.
The gate is missing something.
Is it a key? You know, don't just touch anything. You'll get a Stouff infection. Oh, no, it's gone forever. Oh, no. Do I need that? Oh, there we go. Take the gem out of the eye. And then put the gem in the door. No. In the other eye. There you go. Oh, or not. There it is. Aha! Gimme. Soft lock. Missed out on best ending. No! I don't have to restart, right? I'm going to be completely 100% serious since I'm planning on playing this, you know, past the sponsored portion. Do I need that piece of paper for anything, or is it just lore? I don't. Okay, okay. Thank you, Mr. Miss, for the bits earlier, by the way, and also Drasco. Thank you for the 5 months. Just fluff. Just flavor
Old Man
text.
Stouff built a house and filled it with his toys. Six guests came one night. Their screams the only noise.
You remember how scary this shit was back in the day? I didn't have this game or a computer that could play it, but a buddy of mine did, and he showed it to me like a little bit. Like he showed me like 20 minutes of it, and it scared the crap out of me. Oh, inspect the purse. We'll open it. Is he scared by plenty of things, so like adult responsibilities? I mean, maybe. Shut up.
The toy maker's house. I need to remember what happened. I remember his voice playing on a record. There should be a gramophone here, right in the foyer. You brought it back. Back from that evil night.
Thanks, kid.
Welcome to my house. I'm so pleased to
Henry
see you all
Stauff!
accept my invitation. And tonight promises to be a night full of surprises. Solve my puzzles, and perhaps you'll walk out of here with your heart's most secret desire. Do leave your luggage in the foyer for now, as I have prepared a warm welcome for you all in the dining room. I remain your humble host, Henry Stauff.
Oh,
This
cool
house
shadow
is
effect.
filled with memories. If you find them, we can learn what happened.
Okay.
I'll show you. You just
Okay.
have to stand in the right place and look.
Oh, I have a soundbite for this. I wish I could play it. Damn it. I have the perfect soundbite for this. It's sponsored, though. I'll just sing it for you. Butterfly in the sky. I can go twice as high. Oh, here's the FMV.
We're so far from everything. And what about the rumors?
Eleanor, they're just that. They're rumors. Okay? Now shape up. We need to make a good first impression.
This is so cool. I love it. It's so
Stauff
cool.
has spent his fortune wisely. Never mind the smell.
Bit dreary in here, don't you think? Martine, Burden, maybe you've seen me on Broadway.
3D
Regrettably
FMV.
not. Brian Dutton.
Brian
Your own
Dutton.
business.
A colleague of Mr. Stauff's, that must be nice.
I've never met the man, though I am intrigued by his success.
Hello? How rude.
Hamilton Temple, illusionist extraordinaire.
Julia Hine of the Hine Hotel. I don't suppose you know the toy maker either, do you?
No. But I heard he was run out of town. What just happened to the chief?
Oh, pish posh. Where's the dining room? I'm starving.
A premonition. Spirit dictates it's this way, my queen.
If you say so, magic man.
Ah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Tad! Tad!
The clock. Every time you hear the clock chime, new rooms can be explored. This one I still remember. The dining room. Follow me.
Oh, I only got 4 of the 7 written down. I didn't realize we were gonna have a cast of characters right away. Brian Dutton is the stash. Julie Hine has hotels. Ham Temple has magic. Tad is the boy. And there's 3 others. It's first 2 and the second lady I forgot.
He was a foundling, forced to grow up in a grim and grimy orphanage. A quiet child without any friends. So he made his own. Soon he discovered he could entertain the other children with the puppets he had made. Everyone loved the shows young Henry put on.
Oh, so you can pick up just a ton of stuff. Oh, okay. So you can just pick up a bunch of stuff. Okay. No, I don't remember the OG puzzles. How long ago did I play 7th Guest on CD-ROM-a-thon? Years. Had to be years, right?
Edward?
Yeah?
We're so far from everything. And what about the rumors?
Eleanor, they're just that. They're rumors. Okay? Now shape up. We need to make a good first impression.
There we go. Okay.
Stauf has spent his fortune wisely. Never mind the smell.
Bit dreary in here.
Martine
don't you think?
Burden.
Martine Burden. Maybe you've seen me on Broadway.
Regrettably not. Brian Dutton, your own business.
A colleague of Mr. Stauf's. That must be nice.
I've never met the man, though I am intrigued by his success.
Okay, now I've got them all. I got the cast of 7 now.
Hello?
We're good.
How rude.
Hamilton Temple, illusionist extraordinaire.
Julia Hine of the Hine Hotel.
Says
I don't
2019, so it's
suppose you
been
know the
7
toy maker
years
either, do you?
No. But I heard he was run out of town. What just happened?
since I played the original on CD-ROM.
Where's the dining room? Stop.
A premonition.
Yeah, you can pick up
Spirit
literally
dictates it's
almost
this way,
everything.
If you say so, Magic
Sheesh.
Man.
This is gonna be a lot harder than the original. Thank you, Alan, with the 8 months. His face changes. He grows a beard. And he's looking at a huge orange. Oh, that is cool. Look at the smile. Not smiling. Smiling. Not smiling. Smiling. Oh, that's neat. The 7 on the paper. And the glowing eyes of the skull. I like that. That's cool. Okay. Oh, don't close it. Coin. Coin. Hope you're enjoying the game. I just started Mad Queen. But I love the original, so. And I played the original on the original hardware. CD-ROM and everything. So. His head. He's a small head. Look at that. Yep, tracking link. Clicky link. Yes, please. Thank you. Yeah, if you want to know more about this, it's coming out to all the platforms. Switch 2 soon, they say, but all the other platforms, PC, Xbox, and PlayStation, it's all available there. Oh. No. Pick it up. Put it down. Put it down on the table. All right, fine. I'll just leave it over here. There, perfect. And Epic and GOG. Wow! Oh, yeah, I took her Meryl Streep's head and put it in his hand. Look at that. Oh, that's funny. Oh, she has a sword. Okay, she got stabbed with a sword. Creepy. Love it.
Feeling disconnected.
He said it! He said the thing! disconnected. All right, let's go. Oh, pick it up again? Okay.
Feeling lonely.
There it is. Feeling lonely. Oh, so stuff you pick up goes back to its original place if you walk away far enough. Oh, okay, that's good. That's nice. I like that.
Don't you hate it when your line goes
Dead. Purple Trader, thank you for 45 months. Boarded a plane, attendant sent window or aisle. I said window or you'll what? Chinned him out right there and then absolute sausage. Okay, that was it. That was it. Rocks, paper, scissors for 35 months. Thank you. All right, first puzzle
Stav's
time.
not joining us for dinner.
I guess our host wants us to fend for ourselves.
Great. Is there anything to drink?
Nothing but blood. Blood! Blood, look at that. Oh, the flowers are dead. Now they're alive. Dead.
My dear Mr. Knox, how good of you to come during these difficult financial times. I believe everybody deserves a second chance, just as I got a new lease on life. Tonight, I want to return that favor by welcoming the elite of our community to my house. This house is a mystery for
Thank you,
all my
Nalgaroth.
guests to solve. A real head scratcher, Mr. Knox. One reward to fulfill your wildest dreams. But each guest must solve the mystery for themselves. Those are the rules of the house, and that is how the game is played. In the morning, only one guest will leave this house. A winner. I remain your staunchest supporter. Henry Scott.
Look, you can see the available rooms, and it even can give hints. It can even solve puzzles for you if you're stuck. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's cool. I like that. The Luigi board. That pear has a butthole. Or lips. Oh, there we go. Coin.
That's a stealth coin. If you're stuck, you can spend it at the spirit board in return for solutions.
Ah, that's what the coins are for. Okay. Oh, we have a dev in chat. Who's a dev? Oh, by the way, I'm one of the developers who worked on this game. So if you or chat have any questions about the game, I'd be happy to answer them for you. Hey, Mad Queen. I did not know that, but thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. No, I've played. Have I played all like the series of games like because I know the 7th Guest, 11th Hour, and the 13th was a fan made game, right? It wasn't an official 13th doll. No, I love these type of games. Even if I don't have a big brain. Oh, Q need to rotate this. Okay. Oh, okay. Plate number 2. Now, plate number 3. And this, oh, goes in that thing, the thing on the table. Right. All right, brain. Chicken, fish, kid, goat. Okay, they have to be connected. Yeah, okay. I screwed it up. I can't complete it as is. Okay. Yeah. Oh, no. I need a chicken. I need a chicken. Yeah, that goat right there is gonna, that goat is screwing me. Oh, that stupid goat.
I wouldn't call you slow. More like inanimate.
Oh, you piece of shit. Oh, the double fish. Okay. No! No, I need a goat! Damn it, I need a goat!
While you're trying to think, don't forget to breathe.
This is a dickhead. Chicken, chicken. Okay, so this has to go this way. Goat. Fish. So that has to be that way. Yeah, okay.
Time for dessert.
There we got it. Okay.
Don't think you'll be so lucky next time.
Staff seems to know all about us.
Yes, he himself seems to have vanished.
I love this.
How wonderful.
This
Oh,
showed.
who gives a damn? Will you look at that ghastly cake?
I suppose we should indulge just to be polite.
Allow me.
Oh, marvelous.
I think I'll stick to the wine, thank you.
Surprise, surprise.
Haha, you're a drunk. Oh, 6 o'clock and all's well. New rooms are available. Well, that's obviously going to be important later, right? Oh, I picked up a spoon. Whoops. Okay, so if I look at my... Okay, so I have completed one room. I'm guessing that's this room. Oh, the butterfly. The butterfly means I've completed it, yeah? I'm guessing. Keel said, thank you for the 76 months, and Vincent has gifted a sub to the Mad Queen Malfide. I'm not sure if that's how you say it. No jumping, though. No jumpies. Okay. These group scenes with actors were a big challenge because we could only record a maximum of 3 actors at a time, so we recorded them in pairs and told them where to look, but they often would need to respond to an actor they could not see. Nice. Little bit of lore there. Oh, I'm also guessing if the room is like lit up and not decrepit anymore, then I've completed it, right? Oh, and the paintings don't change anymore either. Okay. Yep, the paintings stay. Okay.
The house remembered. The memory also opened other rooms. You can visit them now.
Okay, which
Look at your
ones?
spirit board to see which ones.
Oh, okay. I will. Oh. Ah, Knox's, Hines, and Temples. Okay. Okay, okay. Cool. Imagine you had a stand-ins to help them out. Yes, and we played back the audio for them so they could hear the dialogue. That's cool, man. I love it. Hey, if you need anybody else, I know a good actor. His name is me. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm a good actor. Okay. Oh, I gotta stand. Yeah. Okay.
Don't you think I belong on the Great White Way? Sure, I did my stint as chorus girl, but lately all I can get are local gigs. And every great artist needs a patron.
Miss Burden, whatever you're offering, I'm not interested. And if there's one person to solve Staff's mystery, it will be me. Alone.
We'll see about that.
Just me and my mustache. Isn't that right, mustache? Oh yes, Daddy loves you. Daddy loves you, mustache. I must ask you a question. Okay, so I got a record. Why is it not playing?
You'd probably all like to lie down after dinner.
Okay.
I have prepared a room for each of you
Never mind.
upstairs, specifically tailored to your every need. I urge you to explore the room. You may find something unexpected.
Sorry, I'm going to do that laugh after every line that Stauf has. If he doesn't do it himself, I will provide the laugh track for that. How droll. Yes, you know. You've been here. You know. All right, so upstairs we go. Creepy.
Old man Stauf is hiding. Crazy, sick, and mean indeed.
Not during the sponsored stream. No soundbite redemptions. No channel point redemptions during sponsored streams. But if I will leave them up, and I will handle them in about an hour and 20. Oh my God! It's the cigar box guy. The what is that? Dutch Bros or Dutch something? Hey, oh. He's got a hat. What about this one? Baby, you got real ugly.
This is all so beautiful. Just like I used to have when I was younger. Is this part of Stauf's game, perhaps?
Oh, this? This? Maybe? I love that. Was that, I don't remember, was that in the original, the changing paintings? She got Cthulhuized. Yes, not all of them though. That's great, I love it. Oh. Oh, coin. Thank you. Yeah, there's a remake. It was originally VR, now it's on now it's not. You can play it on your Xbox X and S, your PS5, your PC, and coming soon, your Switch. Single rooms $3, double room $4 and $5. Rooms with 2 beds $6. All rooms have private baths, electric fan, and running ice water in every room. Nice. We tried to better tie each puzzle to the room and the characters. Plus, we made each puzzle a toy or device that a crazy toy maker like Stouff could make. That is awesome. I love having you here, Mad Queen. It's great. They have 1 drink apiece. Okay. 2 drinks apiece. Oh, he only has 1. He has 1. Okay. So it's not set, it's just, it's a game then. And he'll drink. Okay. I pick, then they pick. So if I go 2, I drink 2. And then they pick. And they'll drink 2. Okay, okay. So I have to force them to be the last to drink. Okay. I get it now. Okay. He's going 3 as well. I'm going 1. He's going 3. I go 1. He goes 3. Yeah, I'm fucked. Okay. I'm screwed again. I'm screwed again. Because I go 1, he goes 3, I'm dead. I go 2, he goes 2, I'm dead. I go 3, he goes 1, I'm dead. No, I need anything less than 4 at the end. Okay, so I go 3, he goes 1, I'm toast. Yeah, see, I have an even number of bottles left. I have 8 bottles left. So no matter what, I'm dead. I mean, if he's playing exactly like perfectly. Yeah, I'm dead. Dead again. Eight left again. I'm toast. Yep, if he goes 3, I'm dead. Yep. If he can, if I have 8 bottles left, he wins. Shut up, Henry! I hate you, Henry. There it is again. And he's gonna go 3. Yep. I go 2, he goes 2. Dead again. Yep, come.
Why don't you just give up?
You know you're not going to beat me.
Okay. Yeah, he's got 12 left. Like, that's the problem. No matter what, he can match 4. If he can match 4 all the way, I lose. So I think 2 is the opener. Yeah, there it is. 2 is the opener. He drinks 1 to my 2. So now this is a winning board. I can win with this board. Maybe. He can go 3 and 3. 1. 1 and 1. I think 2 is the play. Yeah. And there we go. There we go. Okay. And with all that we're drinking, like everybody's winning. We're all winning. The Landeros Bank of New York. Dear Miss Hine, we regret to inform you that your loan application to finance your hotel has been denied by our bank, excuse me. After careful consideration and review of your application, we have determined that we are unable to extend the credit that you have requested. While we understand that this news may be quite disappointing, our lending policies require that we only approve loans that meet certain criteria. Unfortunately, your application did not meet these standards, as the revenue of the Hine Hotel has been in steady decline for the last 7 years. We would like to take this opportunity to thank you for considering our bank for your financing needs. We understand the hard work and dedication, blah, 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 blah. Thank you, blah, blah, blah. So, she was in desperate need of money, which gives her motive for murder! Or, I don't know. Something.
The path of life, all twisting and turning.
I'm just trying to figure out what's the beginning and what's the end. Like, I see the baby over here, and there's the cradle, and there's a oven mitt with a face on it, and a woman, and an H. Oh, that's a gravestone. Okay. Okay, so that's birth or infancy. That's when you learn to walk. I don't know what this is. I don't know what that is. And that's woman, and that's death. So you gotta do the path to death. Okay. Oh, is this an old woman? Okay. So if we start here, we have no choice but to go here, and then have no choice but to go here. And then here. Oh, I can go, there we go. Okay, that's the first thing I gotta do. Okay, so we've got this to this. Go down. That to this. Underneath there. Across. Curve down. There we go.
From the cradle to the grave, huh, Stav?
Brush it, brush it, brush it, brush it, brush. Alright, now the last one. Oh, unblock me or whatever.
Sliding coffins. How macabre.
Oh, I gotta get the red coffin out. Okay. Nope, nope. Oh, and they don't. Okay. Okay. Nope. Yeah, I gotta slide this guy into the fire. This red coffin. This guy right here has got to go into that fire over there, so I've got to uncover it. And then it can only slide the way they're facing, so I can't like move. Oops. Yeah, I can't move this guy up and down. Yeah, just take the pieces off the board, dude. It's easy.
It looks like someone isn't ready to be buried yet.
Keep talking shit, lady. Keep it up. Yeah. Wait, what if I quit? Oh, it doesn't reset. Okay. I mean, not that it needs to. Yeah. So the absolute like necessity is get these two down here. Well, that's not gonna help. Okay. Oh, no, I don't have it. Not quite yet. Yeah, this one needs to go all the way to the top. That little guy's got to go down. That guy's got to get out of my way. He's just not getting to want to get out of my way. Well, that didn't help me at all. That's fun. Nope. And even if I put these two down here, yeah, they're still... Need to get this fucking thing out of the way. Oh my God. No. God, I mean, it's a puzzle game, so like, they know that this is like what they know what they're sponsoring, right? I am not stalling on this puzzle, just to let you know. I'm not getting it. Okay. I gotta get this guy all the way over to the left. Well, no, I don't have to get him all the way over. I just have to get him, like, that far. That's as far as I need to get the guy. How do I get these two small coffins out of the way? Okay. But now I can't get these two guys. This one is now... No, 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 no. Okay. I feel like this is the closest I've gotten. But without this one of these has got to be up here. I can't put like both of these small guys. I can't put, one has to be on the top, one has to be on the bottom in order to get it out. That doesn't help me at all. I'm not doing it. I don't see it yet. I honestly don't see it yet. You guys see it? I don't see it. Because this guy is still blocking. I need this to go all the way up. I don't see how that helps me at all. Oh yeah, by the way, thank you for sponsoring today's stream. I absolutely appreciate it. Sorry, I'm sorry I'm getting stuck in this puzzle. But thank you to Vertigo Games for sponsoring today's stream. I just never been super good at these types of puzzles. Like I'm good at puzzles, just these ones, like moving block puzzles, like the slidey puzzles and shit like that. Yeah, and I can't move that one up any further. I can move that one, and then this one gets stuck there, right there. You know what? We do have a built-in hint system. Let's see. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. Graveyard slide. This is an open and shut case to find a final resting place. Okay. Slide the old coffin so the red coffin escapes gridlock. Well, I know that. And I could solve it for one. Okay, so that's not much of a hint. Where does it need to be? All the way to the top. This one has to go all the way to the top. I know that. Ramming speed. Yeah, no, I'm going. I'm going backwards now. Yeah, no. Oh my God, please. Thank you. Oh my God, just go left, please. Thank you. See, that's... You disabled stealth insults for this? That was the best part. Telling him to shut up. I just need to get this fucking guy up there. I just need to get him past this coffin. No, I don't, Corencia. Stop saying I got it. I don't got it. I'll let you know when I got it. Well, I didn't need it. Yeah, hold on. Well, the thing I'm having trouble with is now this little guy is blocked in now. Yeah, I can't move. Yeah, I'm still not seeing it. You said 3 moves away from victory, but I don't see it. I'm still fucked. I'm still fucked. Yeah. If that one's over there, then I can't move this guy. Then this guy blocks the way for the long piece. I'm still stuck in the same spot here. I can move this guy up to the top. But now I can't move these two. These ones right here. Yeah, and they're completely blocked in. See? Yeah, now, yeah, back seat's open. Go ahead, help me. I need to move on from this puzzle. It's this puzzle. These types of puzzles, like, I take forever on. Jesus, you guys are terrible. You help when I don't want, and then when I ask for help, you just move the cover to the right. Like, oh my God, it's so frustrating, like dealing with stupid children. No, we can't reset the puzzle. You're saying this one needs to be moved? What? Oh, you step out of the room to reset the puzzle? Okay. These two need to be on the right side. And then what? I move all these ones down. Not all the way down. No, I mean, it's not that these are like you can do it if you move around enough. A fucking monkey could do it given enough time. It's just I'm very bad at this. There you go. And reset, hopefully, right? The puzzle has been reset. Let's go.
Sliding coffins. How macabre.
All that progress gone? There was barely any progress. Let's not kid ourselves here. You know what? There's another room that's open. I was 1 or 2 moves away from being done. Thanks for your help, Shedder. I asked for it, and you didn't give it to me, so thank you. Look, it's Genie. I still think that's so cool. Oh, pressure plate. Okay. Okay.
Oh, there must be a way to get that key.
Okay. Live at the Daryl Industrial, the Fat Man. Oh, did you know it was me? Don't miss this one, December 18th. Don Roberto sees your life from the cradle to the grave and beyond. The man who sees, tells all. What? The man who knows, sees, tells all. Okay, sure. He knows and sees.
When Henry left the orphanage, he started moving from town to town, taking his puppets with him. He performed at county fairs and opened for many well-known magicians.
Okay. Oh, we went back. So we got like a portal type of thing happening. I wasn't looking! You can't do that! I wasn't looking. Do it again.
Seems all rather trite.
Okay, now I'm looking. Now come on. Now come on!
Well, I wonder what's inside here. Staff's lovely assistant, perhaps?
Oh, I don't have... Must not have what I need for that.
My dear Mr. Temple.
Mr. Temple.
I vividly remember seeing you perform amazing telepathic feats at many venues when I was younger. And so it warms
Nice,
my
slightly.
heart to
Very
see
nice.
you on my own humble stage tonight. But this is no ordinary night.
Oh my God, Pete,
as I
Vincent,
have prepared a special
I have my mutes alerted.
for you to solve.
So I just noticed all those gifted
In
subs.
return, I can offer you whatever you can imagine. You, as a man of magical abilities,
You should feel right at home.
in this mansion,
Alive with
clues. But be warned, all the other guests are working on the same conundrum. And before this night is over, you must figure out what is to be done. Taking a shot is all part of the game. Meanwhile, I remain your
Loyal fan.
Henry Stuff.
Nice. The amazing shrinking hat. Whenever you need a little hand. Okay. Oh, okay, so the two keys open these.
Ah, there's a pressure-sensitive plate on the floor.
Yeah, I know. I saw it. Thanks. Okay, so that doesn't do it. Oh, this is the astounding teleportation hat for that extra handy, extra reach. So I do need another hat to make this work. So the blue one is the shrinking one. And this one is the portal one, but I need another hat. No, the coffin puzzle is not dead. I'm doing a sponsor stream, so I want to show off more of the game, and I got stuck on that for like 20 minutes. Just be smarter, yeah, okay. Or 35 minutes, whatever! Shut up! God, you guys are awful. You guys are making me look bad in front of the sponsors. You guys are dicks. Oh shit, okay.
Another hat locked inside a box. I get it, Staff. You want me to play escape artist?
Okay. Oh. Oh, the hand comes out of this one. Oh, there. It has a little shadow there. Okay. 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 There we go. There we go. Oh. No, move. Thank you. Ah! Shut up. Oh, okay. all the way. Okay. That one. Okay. So I'm looking at that. And I see there's a stick coming out of the right side and a little bit out of the left side.
Rabbits out of hats and sawing a lady in half. Stauf sure loves the
That was
classics.
weird. Okay. It's just
This
a little
looks like
guy.
a job for the incredible shrinking hat.
It's just a little guy. I can't inspect it. Why can't I inspect it? Oh, and it just turns it back in. Okay. Give me the coin. Thank you. Oh, oh, right, crouch. I forgot there's a crouch. Oh, bird and cage, okay. There we go. Nothing, okay. Okay. Where'd it go? Oh. I'll have to crouch and get it. Okay.
I can't believe I'm being fooled by such a simple game. There must be a trick to this.
Well, never ignore the obvious. There we go. Oh, there's another coin right there. Thank you. Oh, has this done anything yet? I can't move or do anything. There's no cursor. There's no movement.
That was a bit more challenging. Now what is this next trickery?
Sword! Stab that lady!
Now, let's see who's hiding in here.
Yes. Oh, right in the wiener! Oh no!
Oh boy!
Come on, Stouff!
So,
You don't stab a guy in the wiener!
to play another day.
Okay, Mr. Stouff. I know you're here somewhere. I know you can hear me.
And the room is bright, which means... Yay, butterfly! We did it! We got that one! Hooray! We did it! We got 2 rooms. There's that stupid coffin unblock me puzzle. And for some reason, my brain can't figure it out.
Magic. True power. Oh, it's here for the taking.
Alright. Coin. Thank you. I completed 2 rooms in the game. Come on now, give me a break. Come on now. Haha, coin. Sauron? Oh, God's pissed. Ghost girl. Oh, okay. Oh, look, a happy baby Cthulhu.
Feels like it's watching me.
Shh. Where's my other Where's my other hand? Oh, it's right there. Nope. This whole place is falling apart. No, up. Yay! One more coin. Shh! Don't tell him how many fingers I'm holding up. What's your guess? Is it 5? Oh, it was right! You were right, it was 5! Oh, what are you saying? Yeah, I can check. You can check progression to see, like, I have collected 9 of 50 coins, 2 of 12 Stouff Chronicles, 2 of 17 rooms completed. Mr. Edward Knox, final notice. $3,561, huh? I think the comma and the decimal are in different spots, but. So Edward is taking out loans too, huh?
Strange toys. Seems like Stauff is up to his old tricks.
Oh, Edward. Seems like such a stick in the mud, that Edward. Oh, look at that coin. Drop the baby. Get the coin. Yeah. All right, here we go. Next room.
My dear Mrs. Knox, I'm so glad you joined us. It must have been a trying time for you and your Edmund. And because of this, I offer a most interesting proposition. A simple task.
Child's play, if you will.
Deepest desire. When all the guests have gathered, you must figure out what it is that I want. It's a puzzle, Mrs. Knox.
A puzzle.
And mind you, the others are also working on the same task. It may all depend on who has the greatest need, or who has the
sharpest wit.
There are clues throughout this house as to what must be done. The house is alive with clues, hoping to meet you in the flesh. I remain your host, Henry Stauff.
Got the right Stauff. Fuck that music box. All right. We're going to take a short break here. This is the end of the sponsor stream. Once again, want to thank the sponsors today for sponsoring today's stream. Want to make sure I get it right, and this is not helping me. Thank you. Thank you for nothing. Thank you to Vertigo Games. Vertigo Games, not entertainment, not studios, Vertigo Games. Thank you for sponsoring today's stream. We're going to continue playing this for a little bit longer. We got some showcases to watch in a minute, but I'm going to try and finish this room, and then maybe we'll watch the showcase, and then we'll come back to 7th Guest. But I love this game, and I'm going to continue playing it. I hope the sponsors don't mind, because I've been waiting for this, and I want to play it. So, stick around. I'll be right back. Enjoy the Be Right Back screen. Cosmic Blip, you did a great job on it, by the way. All right? And the sponsor stream now. And now we will unalert the mutes. Oh, and before I go to the bathroom, I want to give a big thank you to Keelsad, 76 months, Wabbit Badger 37, Celtic Knight gifting a sub to Henry Stauff, Vincent with some gifted subs to Brute Force, Dad's Upset, Help Stepdad, I'm Stuck, and Well, We Live Here Now. That was during the coffin puzzle, I'm sure. And then 6 Pete Under with a gifted sub to Don't Make Daddy Mad. Thank you for that. And Cut and Run with 39 months. Thank you guys. All right, I'll be right back. All right, back again. Jiggity jig. Baby, I can beat to a gift from a draw down the bed. Ooh, more I get into the bed to see the yeah. Now that your boat is in doom. Oh, it keeps going. On my face. I didn't realize it kept going for so long. Holy crap. It just kept on and going. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you for watching during the sponsor streams. It really means a lot when you guys come out for the sponsor stuff. But thank you, Vertigo Games. I will unpin this message now, since we are no longer sponsored, but I'm going to keep playing. And of course, my Chrome dashboard is being a real fucking prick. Because I'm going to swear now. Fuck Chrome. Man, when it works, it's nice. When it doesn't, it's just a piece of shit. All right, screw it. Let's just resume. All right, where were we? Okay, we're gonna go back to the coffin puzzle eventually. Don't worry. Oh my God, dude. I swore during the sponsors. I know I did. I just try not to as much. I know I do. I let a fucker or a shit or a twat slip out.
Nice.
Okay, there we go. Now we can take off branded content. And we can take off... There. Sponsored by Vertigo. We can take that part off. And we'll leave the title there. Okay, cool. All right. And then we take it all off eventually. POTUS with 21. Thank you, POTUS. All right, let's see what this thing is. Oh, 356191.
Huh. It's a comptometer. Just like the one I have at the office.
A what now? Oh, wait. There. No, I need a 6. Okay.
Stauf is toying with us. How can he possibly have that letter?
Beep, boop. Beep, boop, bop, boop. Yeah, you need the lights off, volume real low, or if you were lucky enough to have a headphones, you got one of the headphones in and one off your ear like this so you can hear if they creak down the steps, because I had a basement room. Creep down the steps. Play low. And then you had that power button. You knew exactly where that power button was, or at least the monitor power, because the computer could be on. Because a lot of times they wouldn't notice that the PC was on if the monitor was off. So you hear that creak on the stairs and you're like, monitor off, in bed, and you had your sheets folded so you could just jump in there and put the covers over you. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, jorking or playing video games late. I mean, I honestly got more in trouble more for playing video games or watching movies late than I ever got for jorking, because if they caught me jorking, they wouldn't mention it. I don't think. I don't know if they ever did, but if they did, they'd probably be like, "Oh! Shut the door." All right, damn it, Baines. Got a joke of the day. Guest to the waiter. Can you bring me what the lady at the next table is having? Waiter. Sorry, sir, but I'm pretty sure she wants to eat it herself. Okay. That's pretty funny. Pretty funny. Do you ever hold the thermometer up to the lamp to make it seem like you had a fever, stay home from school, Zeke? No, Pete. You want to know why? I've said this before. You want to know why I never did that? Because I liked school. I liked going to school. I took early classes. So like when most students had like, I don't know if it was 6 or 7 classes a day, I had one more because I took an early morning class so I could have another elective. It was like 2 electives, that's not enough. Give me 3. So I took PE in the morning, the required PE class. I took that early morning at like, I think it was like 7 a.m. Yeah, I was fucking weird, dude. So what went wrong? Very funny. Very funny. Oh, let me look at these pictures, these paintings here. Mmm, chicken pig. I like that one. Seems okay to me. I don't get it. Oh, they're stepping on giant fucking beetles. Oh, there's snakes in them. Okay. Oh, there's a big old giant in the background there. That looks like a magic card. Tied up. Yep. What about you? Oh, he's playing with bones and a skull. Oh, and the cross. The cross turns upside down. That's funny. Oh, devil baby. Yeah, there's something printed on that one. It says A. I don't even know what I'm looking at there. All right, let's try this, whatever this is.
The tracks, they need to change.
One. No. No. Damn it. Oh, I had it right. God damn it. Oh. No, 3 is the other one. Okay. Toot toot. Does it matter which way? Damn it. Oh. What the fuck, dude? I just had to go a little bit further. Okay.
Got it.
Ah! Thanks, Robo Blake. Huh. There's another one. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Like, what is the required outcome here? I just put that A1 there because there was a clue that said put the A1 here. You ever play with trains as a kid? No, I never did, no. Yeah, see that one says A on it when I put the light on it. I don't know what's going on here. Oh, wait. Well, it seems like they're all lit up. Like, see that column? A column's lit up, B column's lit up. The C column is lit up right in the middle there. D and E are both lit up. Okay, hold on. I think I might. No. Bring back the coffin puzzle and all is forgiven. Okay, so we know A goes on that. I mean, at least we think we know that, right? Nightbot still is sponsored by Vertigo Games on? Oh yeah, thanks. There we go. Take that off. Oh, timer. There we go. Turn that off. And then commands will turn. There we go. There we go. Okay. What are the fucking sounds supposed to be? So I get that if they're all like in an order, like, or if they're all adjacent to each other, that makes that little like ring sound. See, if A goes to B, goes to C, goes to D, goes to E. I get that. I just don't know what it wants from me. Okay. So I shine the light A, B, C. And D. Is D lit up? I can't tell if D's lit up when I shine the light like this. Okay.
Yes! I solved it!
You haven't beaten it.
But Stauf mentioned a proposition. Let's see. What was his message again?
Well, I think it's just a matter of like it tells you where A goes, and then you realize that if they're connected, A, B, C, D, E, in adjacent squares, then you get that bring sound. You had to put the cubes in a row so that chain +1, -1 elevation in both versions of the puzzle. Okay, okay. So I brute forced it a little bit. I'd say probably like 40% brute force. Am I standing? There we go. Aha!
Stauf knows too much. The debts. But how?
Perhaps he wants to help us. Our heart's deepest desire.
What?
There!
What?
Edward! Don't you see? The blood!
There's nothing there. Eleanor! Eleanor! There's
Slap her!
nothing. Eleanor, we have to win this prize money.
You're hysterical!
Do you want to see me locked up by our creditors? Do you? Shape up, Eleanor. No more of your spells. Not today.
Not today. I love the way they did this. I love the way they handled the FMV in this. Have like little 3D FMV scenes. I think that's fucking brilliant. I love it. All right, you stinky buttholes. I'll go back to
must help us out. He must.
I'll go back to the stupid coffin puzzle. Not this one. Where is it? Just get over here and let me do it. Stupid coffin puzzle. I hate these stupid unblock me puzzles. All right, so the end goal is to get this guy all the way to the top.
Sliding coffins? How macabre.
Wow. Now that wasn't so hard, now was it? Jesus Christ. I just had to step away for a second. I just had to step away for a second and the answer presents itself.
My dear Miss Hyde, I feel honored to welcome such a noble and long-standing member of our community to my house. And it pains me to see your good family name has fallen from grace in recent years. Truly, there is no respect for our elders. To remedy this, I have an intriguing offer which can reverse your ill fortune. This house is filled with mysteries, and before the night is done,
Thank you, Mad
must
Queen.
solve its biggest one. But time is of the essence, as each guest will try to do the same. Stay vigilant, Miss Hyde, and you and the Hyde family name.
The Hyde family name.
Meantime, I remain your humble servant,
Henry Stout. There you go, buddy. Did that give me something? Oh, the mirror, right, I forgot. It's been so long, I forgot the mirror.
Cursors!
Curses!
Again. Oh dear.
Sense of pride and accomplishment? Never. I've never had that my whole life, Teresa.
These bags. These wrinkles. So many mistakes.
And yes, these are 3D, which is so cool. Oh, my
If
gun.
only I could start over.
Oh, she's in the mirror! You did it! You gotta be kidding me! Nice job! I honestly was not expecting to see her in the mirror. Oh, you did it for a reason. Okay. Okay. Well, that's another room done. Fuck you, coffin puzzle. I got you. Yep, all the paintings are good now. All right. No, the last time I played it was 7 years ago on CD-ROM. On stream.
All I need is one more chance.
Just one more chance. Oh, Dutton's bedroom. Let's go to Dutton's bedroom, wherever that is. Shh. How many fingers did I fit inside my wife last night? Oh, 5 of them! Oh, no!
Stauf's looking to make a deal, but the right deal needs the right information. Stauf must have hidden something here.
Fish. Oh. Big whale. Okay. Oh, they're wearing top hats. That's festive. Oh. Stab him. Nice. Monster. Okay. What's this guy? Whoa! Oh, Shin wants a new emote. You got it. What do we got? What are we adding? Let's see. Something to go with the best alert we got going. Is it Omelet Man? Oh, another Daggeth. Okay. Key Targonian solo. It's a Key Targonian. Okay. That's the name of the emote that we're adding. There you go. Key Targonian solo has been added. Yeah, that's a tough one. Wait.
Lay down your weapons. It is not too late for my mercy. Whoa, whoa, come and look upon the heart. Upon the heart. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar.
Might as well try it out.
Thank you, Pete.
There's the safe. That's where Stauf's been hiding his secrets. My baby brother, under the ice. I haven't thought about him in ages. How did Stauf know?
Brian! I slipped under the ice and you just looked at me. Why didn't you help your own brother?
I was too busy laughing.
But when the Great Depression struck, the young puppeteer fell on hard times. The towns that used to welcome him now left him out in the cold.
Nice tonguey one. Oh wait, maybe I should inspect that. No? Hey, I knew there'd be a coin in one of these. Oh, by the way, probably read just Scott about that suit interview by any chance? Oh, yeah, I didn't. I don't know. Hey, Scott. I don't know if you're still here, buddy, but do we have that full Suda 51 interview anywhere? I'll ask him right now. While I'm thinking about it, let me ask him. I put a message in there, Vexy. Sorry it took so long. All right, let's listen. Oh, before we do that, you know what? Fuck it. Let's listen to see what this is about.
My dear Mr. Dutton.
Mr. Dutton.
To my house. I've watched you rise to the elite of our little town with great interest. And because of this, I want to...
Oh, you designed this room, Mad Queen? Nice.
You want to spend the night as my guest, and in exchange, I will give you your heart's most secret
desire.
And you know what that is, Mr. Dutton.
Giant titties on my back.
But I require one thing of you. A deal. A transaction that I have set up for you. You may wonder what that deal is, and who will make the cut?
Cut! Who'll make the cut?
That is all part of the game. This is all I can tell you, Mr. Dutton. In the morning, only one of my guests will walk out of this house with his or her every wish granted.
Mine.
Your partner.
Mine.
Henry Stauf.
Dutton opens tire factory. Successful local entrepreneur Brian Dutton opens his tire factory south of Harley at Costello Roads. Automobiles are the future and they need 4 tires each, and those will be Dutton tires, according to the suave young businessman.
Stauf seems to know my taste. Perhaps there's a clue in here.
Oh, so there was. Thank you. Yeah, if you guys see any coins lying around, let me know. If I miss it, that's fine. Those are just collector things. Oh, okay. Okay. So I need, what, how many? 4 of these? It looks like, maybe. All right, who wants to play? Let's make a deal. No. Deal or no deal? Oh, I just had to flip all of them over? Okay. Alright, I already fucked myself, so that's good. Alright. This ought to take no time at all. He said, lying through his teeth. There's the rub. Yeah, I already fucked myself. Yeah, that's what I did last time. Yeah, and I screwed myself. Yeah, I did it again. Yep. Yep. Blorp. Nah, blorp. Okay, safe is beyond that. What does that mean? 8 times diamond gets you a flag. Up, dip.
guess
dipshit.
I've
There
been
you
here a
go.
little while. Thanks for the years of fun times.
Yo, Thorlar with the big 88. Hell yeah, you've been here a little while, baby. Thank you. Nope, other way. Up there, okay. Ah, it's backwards. Come on! Boop. Skadoop. This puzzle was quite a technical challenge to code, and it took at least 3 different designs before we settled on a version we liked. Man, I love these tidbits. This is great, Mad Queen. Oh, okay. Apparently, hashtag interviews brings it up there, Vexicrypt. So thank you very much for that, Scott. Select dial, rotate. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Damn it. Oh, okay. I just wasn't, I was off, I guess. Okay, sure. Nope. There we go. No!
Why don't you just give up? You know you're not going to beat me.
Okay, so this way is fucked because it can't go there and it can't go there. So this way, don't go left. No, god damn it. There, okay. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so I think I gotta go in the... No, the middle is the ultimate goal, right? Oh, no, down there is the ultimate goal. Oh, I've got to pass it through the middle to here. To this over here, maybe? To the left? Got to meet these two guys? So I pass it from the right. If I can pass it from the right to the left somehow. Okay. Oh, I can. Okay, good. Okay. It was just serendipitously set up there. Is that gonna fall in the left-hand side? I'm scared if it's gonna fall in the upper right corner or the left-hand side. Do you think one of those is safe? Left is death? Okay. Butterfly. Oh, I can play it now.
Enjoy your little victory while it lasts.
I can play it now.
I can go anywhere.
Suck my dick.
Friends to know.
My
I read this. Thank you. What you got for me?
Stouff Toys Internal Operations, 1925. Fool.
You old mustache. I mean, fool.
No wonder he kept them in a safe. Blank pages. What in God's name?
Bring me the boy.
Wipe away the dead? For a song.
What boy?
Your brother, you murdering bastard.
For a song.
For a mustache. 7 o'clock. New rooms available. How's it looking? Oh, yeah. Nope. The rooms available are downstairs, the library. We're gonna go check out a book in a library. Okay. Not a single coin used so far, no. Not yet. Oh, how many have we collected? 13 of 50.
Stauf's secrets will be mine.
Boop. Hold your horses. Okay, is there a mechanic where I have to...
If you feel the need
Never mind.
to reflect, my own personal library is at your disposal.
Library.
It's right across the hall, opposite the dining room. But I've been doing a spot of redecorating, so things may be a bit out of place.
Library. Would you like some Burberry carpet in your library? Mush mushy. Hung up. Oh, there was a coin in the upstairs safe? What? How did I miss that? What? There's no coin up here, you liar. Unless you're talking about a different safe, but I don't think there's another safe in this room.
Don't you wish that this night could just last forever?
You bet I do. I do indeed. I'm just looking for coins. In case I missed any underneath books and... Oh, there might be one in here. Nope. All right. Show me what you got.
Oh, careful, miss.
Martine.
Oh, Martine.
I'm sorry.
Edward. He's a married
Edward,
man. How
is
dare
it?
you, you little harlot.
I seem
You
to be
trumped up
turned
scrollop.
Understandable.
Scrollop one?
Everyone
Trollop.
has retired to their rooms with a plan to rendezvous in the library.
You painted hussy.
A stutter. How charming.
Since I was a child.
Well, it's nothing to be ashamed of. At least you've got the brains for these puzzles. I'm just a dopey little actress.
Sure, you're very talented.
Say, why don't we form a team? Your intellect and my charisma.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, give it a think, sugar. I'll await your answer in my room after the library rendezvous.
Or give it a shook,
where it's
thinker.
nice and private.
Oh, she likes my stutter. What was that? Did her neck just break? Did he break her neck with his mind? Attaboy. Ha-ha! Coin. Give it to me. All right, next room. Well, that was easy.
library without books? Unlikely.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, there's something going on here.
I didn't even notice there was no books in here. Oh, drawing the pentagram. Oh, eyeball blood. That's fun. What else? What you got? He's a clown. What a clown. Three, 4. Shut the door. Oh, these were already gruesome, so they ungruesomed them, huh? I think it's still alive. We actually put a sneaky Easter egg in the room. There's a framed trilobite on the desk near the entrance, which you can pick up. A reference to Trilobite Games, who made the original. Oh, this. Oh, yeah, dude,
We share
okay.
peculiar fascinations.
That's cool.
World beyond our veil of comprehension.
Man, what a nerd you'd have to be to realize that was a reference. Oh, let me eyeball this thing.
This book seems to be the key. Where's the key to the book?
Vince giving a sub to Giga Nerd. Hell yeah. Zeke, small but nice change is the picture of Henry Stuff as you progress through the rooms. I recommend taking a peek when you have time. $4.15? Oh, you couldn't make it 420? No, I see the paintings or the pictures are getting burned up as I clear rooms, and I think I'm guessing there's probably 17 of these, right? 3, 6, 9. Oh, 18. Three, 6, 9. Damn, they fine.
Without an audience, Henry Stauff the puppeteer became destitute. Forced to sell his puppets for a pittance, he started looking for jobs. But there were none, and no one would take the outsider in.
So it sounds like Henry Stauff is just punishing people because he's a big old crybaby. Wah, my puppets, no one likes them. Wah, now I'm gonna kill people in my haunted mansion. Oh, okay. Oh, now I can do. Okay.
Time seems to be of the essence.
Yes, yes, of course. Of course. Of course.
Well, there they are.
Oh, books.
But now, how to get them to their proper place.
Okay. Oh, I fucked myself with that other one. Damn it.
Damn you!
Damn you! You goddamn fool! How dare you! Punch you right in the taint, I will! Alright. Oh, man. What's happening?
These bookcases were moving by themselves. And earlier, a skeleton came alive right before my very eyes.
I saw blood. Well, I was in my room getting my beauty rest. Perhaps you should do the same.
All I saw was a dusty bedroom in need of cleaning service.
Oh, don't look at me. I didn't see anything. Oh, I'm bored. I'm going to the kitchen.
I'm bored.
Maybe I can find a talking skeleton that'll pour me a drop of the hard stuff.
Wait! We shouldn't go walking alone. We might be in danger. If you've read anything about Mr. Stiles' dolls.
Tell me you don't believe in that gossip. There's no danger. This is just a harmless little party.
Even if the house was haunted, I could fend for myself.
This is a game, nothing more. One of us is going to win that prize money. I say, every man for himself.
Including my wife.
Maybe a game, but only Stauf knows the rules.
Eight o'clock and all's well. Who said that? Where's that coming from?
Evil.
Some party. Pathetic.
temple.
Oh, geez.
I feel there's someone else with us. Not a spirit. A seventh. Someone frightened.
A seventh guest? Say it. Say the line.
Edward
Give me them
refers to them
titties.
as my
Give me them
son.
titties. Not that line.
Give me
Titties.
them
I'm gonna see your asshole.
Not my
Give me them
imagination.
titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I
My
wanna
dear,
see your asshole.
I understand. More than most.
Thank you, Paler.
But what do you want?
Maybe my gift could help people. I've always liked children. Edward and I never... I should lie down.
Have sex. Ever.
Allow me to escort you upstairs. I will be in the game room. Playing cards.
That was unnecessary, but I love
You know
it.
where to find me.
Fucking ham. Oh, good. Okay, so the husband's hitting on the Broadway chick, and the wife's got the magician. Good. Well, at least they all have somebody. That's all I care about. Oh, right, this thing. See, I know you had that vasectomy, but if you want a kid later in life, maybe you can contact one of those under the bridge guys who may still have some of your leavings in their butts, and you can use that. That is not a well-crafted joke, Scott. Funny as it may be.
My honored guests, Harley on the Hudson's finest.
Thank you, Sunstrike. Baby, I can pay to get from a draw down the bed. Ooh, more I get it to the bed and the seat, yeah. Now that your booty. The record is playing a terrible version of this song. On my face.
And ever, and ever, and ever, and ever.
Thank you, Goody. I need to get that Victrola fixed. It sounds like garbage. It's fucking terrible.
I always try and think of something profound and grateful in these resub messages. And then the bit alerts go off about titties and assholes, and I figure I'm probably wasting my time. Thanks for all of them, big guy Zeke for Zeklove.
Listen, I will come up with a profound and grateful message in my head right now.
You're a cunt.
Fucking, you're right. You're right. What's the use? What's the use? Why even try? Why even try? Thank you. Thank you, DEFCON, by the way. God damn it. Okay. All right. Give me 1 second. I think I left something downstairs. I'll be right back. In fact, you know what? Why don't we go pee? Why don't we all just go pee, and then when we come back, we'll watch those trailers we missed, because we got the India game showcase and the Deutsch indie showcase that we can watch. And those are, what is that? That one's an hour and 45. Yeah, okay, cool. We can do that. Let's do that. Let's take a short break and come back. We'll watch those ones we missed. And then we'll continue playing Seventh Guest. So stick around. I'll be right back. Alrighty, let's get our shit switched over here to special events. I guess. I don't know. Should we be in, what do you guys think? Should we be in just chatting or special events? Since they are VODs. What, in your opinion, category should we be in? Just chatting? Okay. Cool. All right. And it will be checking out show we missed during SGF. Just chatting. There we go. Okay. That should be good now. Why is it not updating properly? Oh, it is. Okay, there. Now it's finally updating. Okay, cool. All right, so first up, we're going to be checking out the Deutsch showcase, because that was one that we it took place before, and then we missed one yesterday. So here we go. And this one just, like, as far as I know, the VOD just kicks right in. The Deutsch Indie Showcase. Leavings in their butts. Leavings in their butts. Leavings in their butts. Butts. 152 months. Deutsch Indie Showcase. And this one's relatively short. It's like 45 minutes, if that.
We sent the machines before us to prepare the moon, to build everything we needed before we arrived. Rails.
This looks pretty neat.
A network connecting every corner of the surface. But something went wrong.
What? Everrail, that's it. Okay. Okay. Looks pretty cool. I would love to wish list it if anybody's in chat doing that. Hey, Khalif is here. I love you, Khalif. You're the best.
Arm yourself, whatever you can find. Then breach the enemy's barricade. We'll cover you as best we can.
The Deutsch Indie Showcase. SCHE. Oh, yeah, it took me a minute too, but you actually are directing a little dude. Like, it's way zoomed out, but you're directing a little dude to, like, slice and slash through shit, and dash and stuff. Bot slash bot. Oh, you don't know what's going on because of the bit rate. That makes sense. Not much I can do about that.
Und herzlich willkommen zum Deutsch... Was? Was sagst du? Oh, this is the English version. Oh, alright, alright. Let's try it again. Hi, and a warm welcome to the Deutsche Indie Showcase Summer Game Fest Edition. I'm Holly LP, German streamer and the voice guiding you through today's program.
I love
Over the
Germans.
next few minutes, you can expect a wide variety of unique games.
Germans are
all
notoriously
created
hilarious.
by developers from Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. Get ready for gripping stories, dance atmospheres, and creative gameplay mechanics. I'm supposed to send you warm regards from the entire OneUp management team who spent the last few months sifting through 80 game applications.
80.
Checking out games for a living. No, that's the dream. By now, the Deutsche
It is
Indie
the
Showcase
dream!
has featured more than 150 games. So, a huge thank you to all the devs out there for their creative work. There's true passion in every single pixel here. Whether you're looking for the next indie masterpiece to add to your wishlist, or you just want to see how much talent the GSA region has to offer, you've come to the right place. Grab a cold drink and make yourselves comfortable. Here we go. Roll the tape for the Deutsche Indie
I should have made
Showcase.
myself comfortable. Oh, cool reflection. Baby, I can feel to get from a girl down the bed. Ooh, more I get into the bed and I see it, yeah. Know that you're
so long, Scott.
Doom. I laid it the goo on my face.
Are alerts back yet?
Wetter.
It's too big.
Thank you, Sanguinar, for the 56 and Spencer for the biddies. Thanks, guys. That's what you get when you hear me sing, wetter.
inverse of my husband Excella.
Hell yeah, 6556. Thank you, Kanata. Little Sheep Valley. Now that's a me game for sure. So a clicker. You can't fuck the sheep? Then why have a sheep valley? I don't understand the game then.
I'm always on the move, but being here, it reminds me of when I was a child, when everything felt easier. I remember when Grandpa told me the story of his first big sea expedition. The evening right after I told Mom and Dad I wanted to become a ship captain that goes on adventures too. Your smile and excitement spread through the whole room. He loved coming to this place, just watching the deers, and I get why. I guess I shouldn't have been surprised. I was gone.
Oh, okay.
And it's my fault for not keeping up with how things are going. But now, you are gone. And there's no chance left to see you again. You supported me no matter what and helped me when no one else would without me even having to ask. And what did I do? I abandoned you. Left you alone with your problems. And you're the only reason I've become someone I could be proud of. Just a house.
So, the only gameplay we saw was picking up garbage? Okay.
Oh, holy. Wait, don't leave.
And watching the deer. Riveting. Dozeker with the big 2-year resub, then the gold badge, baby. Thank you, Dozeker. Trains! Who loves trains? I love trains! This is like Roller Coaster Tycoon, but boring.
Simply beautiful, right? Cozy games can be so incredibly diverse. But enough relaxing. Our next vibrant segment is here to prove that the GSA region is made of way more than just sleepy villages.
Thank you. Chop Chop Inc. Yeah, that one actually kind of looked semi-fun. I'll give it a wish list. Why not? At least it had jokes. Or attempts at jokes. Oh, Water Slide Tycoon. Close enough.
Okay, erster Arbeitstag. Geht uns sauber machen, hat er gesagt. Den Dungeon auf Vordermann bringen, hat der Kerkermeister gesagt.
Is this narrator speaking Simlish?
Meine Kollegen sind ein Schleimwürfel, eine Lichtkriegerin und ein Brückentroll. Und eine Krankenschwester. Und lauter Ratten. Und dann unsere Kunden. Abenteurer. Komplette Vollpfosten. Moment, irgendwas stinkt hier gewaltig nach Sabotage. Und ich soll das aufklären? Dabei bin ich doch bloß der Hausmeister.
The janitor is Hausmeister?
Jetzt Fischlisten und die Demo spielen.
I love that. This does not sound like a German song at all.
Oh, what a day. Oh, what a day. A whole lot of sunshine.
Baby, I can feel to get from my door down the bed. Ooh, more I get into the bed and I see the yeah. Now that your boat is in doom. The goo on my face. Yeah, these are games spotlighting, I want to say, German developers. Well, Swiss, German, and Austrian.
So, spot a highlight or two in there yet? After all that chaotic fun, things are getting a little deeper. These next titles prove one thing above all. Gaming is an art form.
Austrian will put another shrimp on the barbie. Vollfasten? Vollfasten. Complete moron. Okay. is changing. She's wearing a Freddy Krueger sweater on purpose, I'm guessing, right? Children of Saturn. Okay. Yeah. That trailer made interesting choices. What up, Fatui? Wow, the soundtrack for this Deutsch game event is, or game showcase, is all over the place. I love it. Eclectic, yes, good word. Yeah, this one might be the indiest, but the next one is the India-est. I don't even know what the fuck that was. What was the game? What was the game in that one? Okay, just real quick, looking for that last one with that soundtrack, looking for a forensic specialist to restore damaged audio tapes late 1970s. 70s. Warning, the artist was involved in the occult. Okay. Mental clarity and resilience are a must. Interesting. Okay. Pusku, thank you, 27 months.
Quick Burberry break.
Now that is traditional fucking German music there. What song is that? It's the it's a McDonald's advertisement for in fucking Japan for blueberry yogurt. Apparently, I don't know if it's real or not. might wish list that one. That one looks.
Frank? Oh, it's you.
Dark fantasy puzzle adventure?
It was your father. He was going to bring the little red car around. It'll be fine. Just go to the lake house. It'll be summer there. Joseph knows.
The Memphis Chronicles.
Whew, talk about an intense atmosphere, right? We can't wait to hear your thoughts on those games. Speaking of which, want to check them out for yourself? Add them straight to your wishlist. You can find all of tonight's titles on our Steam event page or by scanning this QR code. Thank you so much for your support. Next up, if you're looking for clever mechanics, combos and roguelikes, you are in for a real treat.
Hi, I'm Luca, and this is our colorful medieval madness cards and cannons. Here you build massive worlds, collect shiny loot, and unleash mighty spells and ever-escalating builds to crush giant hordes of enemies and defend your kingdom. Every run starts with a tiny island. You can use the cards in your deck to place all sorts of buildings and upgrade them to the absolute max. How you defend your world is completely up to you. Even the enemy spawners can be placed freely, so you can plan like a master strategist. By day you expand your world, and at night you use your arsenal of spells to take control of the battlefield, freeze your enemies, crush them with meteors, or beat them up with the Chignado. Or call in backup and send your own warriors into battle. Every run brings new enemies and even crazier challenges. You'll constantly find shops and golden treasures, where you can grab new cards and upgrades that will send your power level through the roof.
Do I sound like that if I speak English?
After every run,
hey, listen,
you can improve your
just
skills,
being
unlock even
multilingual
more
is
insane
nice.
decks, and discover brand new worlds that turn the game completely
Don't worry
upside
about how
down.
you sound. Worry about
Hungry
if you're
for
understood.
ballistas going crazy? Massive lightning storms?
I
or
wish it was
aggressive
impressed
banana
upon us
rain?
here in the States to learn
You'll
another
find all
language.
that and more in cards and
Like,
cannons.
more so than it is.
Are you
but
ready for the chaos?
To be fair, we don't really need to know
Wishlist
another
cards and
language
cannons
here.
now on Steam.
Oh yeah, no. Knowing Spanish is probably the one that I wish I learned. Because our nearest neighbor that speaks another language is Mexico. So yeah, it would be very helpful to know some Spanish, but I know very little. Unless you're going to Quebec or anywhere near there, like you don't need French. Yeah, language is something you got to keep in practice with, for sure. I took 3 years of Latin like a dipshit. The Pope? Speaks Latin? I don't know. No, Latin's a dead language. But it did help with my vocabulary. I don't need to go to the library so much to look up words. Oh. Yeah, I'm not in law or medicine, Monkaman. Don't you start conjugating fucking words in my chat, Atchie. Don't you amount in my chat. I had 3 years of that shit. I don't care how many weird twists or gimmicks you put on it. If you try to make me play chess, I hate you by default. Nice, super ceiling. Oh, you want to see? About 10 minutes. Wow, Khalid's just dropping it. Dropping the knowledge.
We've already seen a ton of games so far. In case you missed anything, just check out our Steam page or the homepage. For the finale, we are completely shifting the mood. Get ready for thrills, suspense, and above all else, a truly spooky atmosphere.
Cosmo Drill. Space Nuns? Oh god, if it's called Space Nuns, I'll be so happy. Oh, we saw this, did we? I don't remember it.
I heard you. Always running. Running from things you can't see. Running from him. Run to me. I can help you. I can light your way through the dark. Through the pain.
Apparently we have. I've already wishlisted it.
There will be pain. There always is. But your thoughts will be free. We heard you. And we can set you free.
No man can deny. Huh. That looks pretty sweet.
Thank you to every single one of you for sticking with us until the very end. We hope you enjoyed the showcase. If anything caught your eye, make sure to add it to your wishlist and tell your friends about it. That's what helps the studios the most. The entire team at 1UP wants to say thank you for all
No
the
man
amazing
deny
submissions
Cat.
and to the developers for having the courage to showcase their passion projects here. And make sure to mark your calendars. We'll be back with our next edition this December. The next application phase is starting soon. You can find all the details and sign up for the email reminder at indiegames.show. Thank you so much for watching. Stay playful and auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen to you as well, sir. Is there a, Oh, Chromatide. We saw this. And no AI was used in making this. Thank you, Victor, for the 31 months.
Z-Club.
2. Never allow negative emotions. And 3.
Do you know the empty room?
No, this is not control related. This is not a remedy. It might be SCP adjacent, but Control doesn't have like the monopoly on SCP. SCP is open source, or yeah, it's free for everybody to use if they want to. Yeah, it's public domain stuff. All right, there it was. That was the Deutsche Game or Indie Showcase. Next one up, we've got the India Games Showcase. And I left it at 5 seconds to start in the show. So, if you had to pick a favorite flavor of sparkling water, why would it be pamplemousse? Just because it's the best, obviously. I mean, does any other sparkling water come close? I don't think so. We watched NEA 3, most of it, so no, we won't be watching that. After this, I'm just gonna go back to 7th Guest because I'm really enjoying it. Heat Death.
I just sleep. Up the air so close to me, I won't breathe. All I did was take the space, take this time and misery. Strong enough to pay back what I have cost. Feeling worse, so I fade into my own grave. Visit
Welcome to the very first India Games Showcase, Summer Game Fest Edition. I'm your host Indrani.
And I'm Vijay.
Hi, I'm Avichal.
Over the next hour, you'll be watching exclusive footage and announcements from over 40 different games from Indian game developers. Whether you're into paranormal horrors, addictive roguelikes, friendship-ending friend slop, or heartfelt narratives, we've got exactly what you're looking for.
These games are a glimpse into the groundbreaking talents emerging from India and the Indian diaspora. We're honored and excited to be introducing you to the best of the best.
Now, if you like what you see, make sure you check out the India Games Showcase Steam event page and be sure to wishlist your favorites.
So buckle up, it's showtime.
No, I'm sorry, I was answering a message on my phone. IRL house stuff. That one doesn't look too bad. I can dig it. Yeah, I'll be right back. You guys enjoy this? I'm gonna go buy some Visa, prepaid Visa cards. Do not redeem!
We take pride in helping you see the world better.
We saw this one. This one looks pretty cool.
Yeah, what is it? Well, he's your son. Why don't you take him? Ugh, fine!
Hey there, buddy. Welcome to Seawell Clinic. Why don't you hop up in the chair? Don't blink. It'll just take a second.
Now look straight ahead at the balloon.
Jesus Christ.
Hi guys, my name is Medha Srivastav and I'm a professional artist and a cosplayer from India. And some of the favorite games that I've cosplayed from are from World of Warcraft, Dota 2, Valorant and so many more. I cosplay from the gaming characters because I feel that this medium has this unique ability to transport us to a distant world while making us feel that we are still a part of a greater story. The games in today's showcase all do exactly that. This is why I'm honored to be a part of India Games Showcase and would like to extend my support to all the Indian indies out here. This next game blends fantasy, survival and political intrigue, all told through beautifully hand-drawn illustrations. Check out Ghatika by Glassjar Interactive.
Gattaca! Thank you, Jordan Boy. Okay, so an investigation game. racing game, who likes racing games? Didn't they put this in Fortnite? Yeah, they put everything in Fortnite, man. Cosmic Race. And the bitrate goes, fuck you! Bitrate in shambles? Yeah, I'm not a fan of the color palette on that either. The flashing lights in the color palette is immediate turn off for sure. Oh, they made a game out of that Daft Punk song. Mario! Mario! Spookaboo. Well, the game is called Chiclet's Human Products, so I'm guessing he's cooking them. The tables have turned. Yep, there you go. Oh, you're making the skins out of them too? You're harvesting your tanning human leather. It's a cozy body horror sim. Yeah, exactly. The fuck is this? This is a lo-fi study game? Oh, it's a notepad with music. Yo, what up, Clouds Katie Radies? We're just catching up on the showcases we missed from yesterday, and you know, we missed a couple as they were too early on my day off, blah, blah, blah. So we're checking those out right now. We're on the India showcase. We just watched the Deutsche game show, indie game showcase. So we're just checking this one out, and we got about, I don't know, 40 minutes left on it. And then we're going to head back to the 7th guest. Huh? Thank you, Super Baba Frequentlizer with 58. Good to see him. And there's Table Story. What up, Table Story Raid? Thank you. Come on in, catching up on showcases.
Hey everyone, Ankita here. I'm a video game streamer who loves cozy and wholesome titles. The indie scene in India has jumped leaps and bounds in recent years, all leading to the India Games
I must be a
Showcase.
popular ass bitch,
I'm
man.
eagerly looking forward to all the titles, and I hope you all enjoy the show. Coming up next is Dodo Ducky by Bond Monkey Studio, a very cute, reality-bending puzzle platformer which switches between 2D and 3D perspectives.
Madugami with 34.
Siki kasik sausage, siki kasik sausage, siki kasik sausage, siki. Sikalol, sikalol, siklav, sikalol, 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 siklav, sik kodog, sik jammer, sik kodog.
Thanks, Madugami. When I went back to that coffin puzzle, it took me like 15 seconds. I left it and I came back. I'm like, you know, let's try it again. And I just went bloop, 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 and did it in like probably the optimal amount of moves. Dodo Ducky! Dodo Ducky!
I've always felt it.
Oh my god!
Like something is watching me. Even when I'm alone.
I hate those Uncanny Valley slightly off faces.
Presence. But now I see it.
I love them.
It's in the photos.
Oh, what is... Okay. This looks like, yeah, definitely my type of game for sure. What up, 41 months?
Are you excited for Digital Necromancy by RGG?
I'm not sure. Oh, you mean like the Tupac Snoop Dogg shit? Like Tupac, okay. Yeah. I get you. I was wondering where you were getting at with that, but yeah. Yes, I am. I'm very excited about it. Yes, if then this Saturday. Yes, Koi. Absolutely. Yeah, I didn't even realize, like, I was wondering, like, in the back of my consciousness, I was like, what is this game missing? Why am I not, like... Because there's no music. It's just the sound of the engine. We do have an FMV. You put one in the suggestions there?
She never needed much. Just a little light and a lot of heart. The war's over, Annie. This world belongs to you now.
You won't like it. Okay.
Look after it and let it grow again.
Man, cozy and cute game enjoyers are really eating well this past years. Holy fuck. What? I'm not saying, like, I didn't say anything. I just said you're eating well. I didn't say fuck you for having a good year. Jesus. Fucking defensive, are we? What, you don't like waffles? What you got against waffles? Fuck you, waffle hater. Silk Grove, a cozy solar punk game. It's turn-based, eh? That's interesting. Throw snakes. What up, Irony? Oh yeah, I've been wishlisting games all week and last week. Thank you, Khalid. I thought I already had that one on there. I did not, though. Thank you for reminding me. It is now on there.
Step into another dimension and experience what you have never seen before. Be prepared for anything and everything. Anything and everything.
Coming soon in Steam. Wishlist now. Supercharged. Feel the rush.
That looks cool. Give that a wish. Huh. My desktop Discord just took a shit. I don't know why.
What's up guys, Animesh Agarwal here, or as some of you may know me as 8-Bit Thug. I am the co-founder of SA12 Esports and a streamer. As someone who has watched the rise of India's gaming first,
Discord is down
I have
then?
also been aware of the game development scene and the many artists and developers who have contributed to its growth. Which is why I am incredibly excited and honored to be here with you today for the India Games Showcase. These developers have worked really hard to be here and represent the enormous talent from across our country. I, for one, am glad to highlight the developers and give my support to Indian indies. Thank you for watching, and on to the next game.
I don't know, they don't seem that mind-bending to me. Oh, no. Oh, now what is he gonna do? There you go. That tea is too hot. That fish has a double jump. Yes, I solved the coffin puzzle. Thank you, Ecolian. I'm going back to it after this. So in about, let's see, 20 minutes, I'm gonna fire it back up again because I wanted to play the game anyway. No, I just had to step away from it, and then when I went back to try it again, I just solved it immediately. Like, you can go back in the VOD if you can. And you can see, like, it took me like 15 seconds. After sitting there for 30 the first time.
Room service.
Shit! Oh,
No, thank you.
No. Okay, how do we get rid of the body? I've got it. We grab him, take the elevator to the 3rd floor, and dump him in the trash chute.
Not a good plan.
Or, hear me out. We take the service stairs straight to the ground floor.
What about the guard?
You distract him, we sneak past.
Now, we do things my way.
We are so good.
What would I do if I had to hide a body? I don't know, it depends on the situation. Like, if I was in that situation, I'd leave the body and get the fuck out. Or I'd carry it, pretend he was drunk, I guess. Talking to him the whole way while carrying him, like, if I could lift it, whoever it was. For legal purposes, it's purely hypothetical. Well, yeah, of course it's hypothetical. I've never had to hide a body. You don't have to hide a body if you eat it. Not that I would do that. No, I would never eat a delicious human. A human. I would never eat a human body. Especially not with barbecue sauce. That's foul.
Press 2 to accept death.
I see you've crash landed on Tartarus, worst place in the universe. Congratulations. You have finally reached the people who can help transfer your call to another department so you can explain your problem from the very beginning.
Hey, you.
I mean, that is a big ass to ask 2 poodles to fucking eat an entire human body.
Can I interest you?
Not only would it
in our
probably
annual
take some
subscription
coaxing,
plan?
but it would also take forever.
Gifford, I've got your case right here. Oh no, you're falling really fast and really deep. Okay, you're fine. People survive this. Oh sweet heavens, do they survive that? Oh god, I'm panicking. Are you seeing double? I'm seeing double. I hate this, I hate this. I'm gonna transfer you to someone more qualified.
Dennis Stella support. We can save you.
The Misadventure of Spaceman Biff? Wow. For those of you who know Calvin and Hobbes, that's dangerously close to one of their characters, Spaceman Spiff. What if Power Wash Simulator but with pandas? Huh? What if that? This looks like a terrible game. I pity anyone who plays it. Oh, the chancla! Oh, shit! That looks like it could be fun, though. He's actually got a flux capacitor on the wall. Okay. Oh. Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like that's exactly what he was going to do. A hell of a first time chat there, Elio. Man, I love. Chief, what up, baby?
Holy moly. 26 months. Thanks for the great stream, Z.
My pleasure, Ocean Chief. Thank you for the 26. Sicily giving a sub to Man Love Feet. Oh, Man I Love Feet. Oh, sorry, that was kind of
Hi everyone, Zaya
blended
here.
together.
I'm a variety
Man I
streamer
Love
from
Feet.
India. I started playing games from demo CDs from my dad's tech magazines, and today it brings me so much joy to see just how Indian indies are going global. We get to share our art,
It's my favorite Huey
culture,
Lewis
and
song,
history
actually,
with
Yelts.
people across
No lie,
the world,
I love that
which
tune.
brings me to the final announcement of the night. You played and loved the era-defining original, so now please enjoy the first gameplay reveal trailer of one of India's most anticipated titles, Raji Kalyuga from Nodding Heads Games.
The visions. They're getting clearer. No matter where I look, it all leads to the same end.
Say it.
Mahabalasura! He's not just coming. He's already part of everything that's breaking.
He always was, Raj.
Didi, this isn't a place meant for the living.
Then why does it feel like it remembers us?
Because Vitala isn't just a realm. It's everything the world tried to forget.
What was that? I didn't do that.
He's not.
There we go.
Careful! Even the light here isn't what it seems.
I'm not afraid of what's broken.
You should be. I've seen what happens if we fail.
Then stop looking at the future and fight with me in the present.
Yet I have no life, just form afar.
I can be found in still water clear.
On polished surfaces, so have no fear.
Though I cannot speak, I always reply.
Mimicking your movements, as truth cannot lie. Tell me, child, what am I? Tell me. Tell me. Come back when you
The elders spoke of this long before we were born. When the heavens are opened before their time and the balance is broken, the one who sees all parts will stand at the edge of creation and chooses what survives.
Then why me?
Because you're the only one who can stand there and not turn away. I hate that it's you. But we don't get to decide that anymore. When it happens, you choose what becomes of you.
That looks really good.
And that's a wrap. Thank you all so much for joining us for the inaugural India Games Showcase Summer Game Fest edition. I hope you found games that you're excited to play, because I know I did. We'll see you next year, but until then, please remember to visit the India Games Showcase Steam page and wishlist all the games that you're looking forward to.
Today's showcase is a small glimpse of what we've been cooking in the Indian games industry. Making indie games is no easy feat, but with your support, through wish lists, social media, and more, this is what keeps devs like us going. We've come a long way in the last few years, and we hope to have you all along for the rest of this uncharted journey.
I'd like to take this moment and thank the India Games Showcase team and all of our supporters. It's great to see Indian indies arrive on the global stage in style. Thanking Jeff Keighley and the Summer Game Festival team for making our debut extra special. See you all next year.
Cool, man. That was awesome. Not a bad little showcase. Did we watch the Nintendo Direct as well? Nah. I have no interest in watching that. And there are plenty of VODs out there for watching that if you want to watch it, but it really didn't have anything for me, personally. I don't even have a Switch 2, and I haven't played my original Switch in so long, so. Nope, no Nintendo here, unfortunately. All right. Well, we got a couple hours left, so let's get back to the 7th guest, dude. Let's do some puzzles and shit. Perfect. Oh man, my ads have not been enabled. Let's re-enable those things. Yeah, there you go. They're gonna run soon. Okay. Let's turn this up while I go back and hold on. Let me just nope. There we go. There we go. Okay. They announced a new Kingdom Hearts and Zelda. If you care about either of those and Nintendo things, Zeke, I don't. That's my point. I watched it earlier. I watched it on my own time before my stream started. Dragon's Dogma 2, I didn't play it. I didn't play it, so yeah. I watched it and there's nothing in there for me, so meh. Meh. Okay. Ocarina Remake. I like the original. I played it years ago and I loved it. But I don't have any desire to play it again. Maybe that makes me whatever, but Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to 0 fucks given. That's right. 0 fucks given. Wow, 34%.
Welcome.
Not bad. Okay. I'm going to take a piss real quick while the ads play, so give me 1 minute and 6 seconds. Okie dokie. Let's see what this game has got. We open up some more rooms. And we cleared one room, so... Oh, what is the new room we opened up? Oh, the foyer? Oh, Burden's bedroom and the game room. Okay, Burden's bedroom and the game room. Oh.
Did something just move over there?
And apparently... Oh, the kitchen storage room. Oh, I'm in the kitchen. Okay. Yeah, all the puzzles except one, apparently, are different from the original. That's what one of the devs was in here. They told us that. They kept one of the originals.
Magic bookcases, living skeletons? Ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Now, where does Stav keep the wine? And where is Stav, for that matter?
As Stav's money ran out, he went to his bank, but they refused to give him a loan. With nothing left to barter with, he resorted to begging. Ignored by all, no one spared him a dime.
The puppeteer was denied a bank
The warm
loan.
summer breeze turned into a cold winter gale.
There we go. Give me that hot pepper.
What's this brew? Soup?
We need 2 onions, some wine, a pepper.
A little bit of spice will give it more flavor.
Okay. $15. Okay. cheese of miso. Okay.
I can't just put the meat into the soup like that. The recipe specifically mentions a meatball.
Oh. It does? So where's the recipe that you're talking about? Oh. There we go. Oh shit, I need a fucking handle. Okay. Chop, chop, chop. Chop it up. Oh, there we go. Up. Or not. Got a chain on it. Okie dokie. Yep. 13, 15. 8 plus 7 is 15. 9 plus 6 is 15. Okay. 9, 10, 11. That's 15 again. Okay. Oh, there we go. There we go. Chateau Stauf. Vin Rouge. Vin Rouge. It's a red wine. Here you go. A blorp, blorp,
Just
blorp.
what the soup needed.
An entire bottle of wine. Perfect.
That's one.
Bottle and all. Yeah, the glass shards add some crunch to it. That looks like garlic. Nope.
That was not the right sort of onion.
Oh, sorry. I'm not an onion expert here. Those are potatoes. Hello? Disconnected. And the phone is facing the wrong way. Feeling lonely. Oh, yes, he said the thing that he said from the other game.
Don't you hate it when your line goes dead?
Oh. Shine the light on the burners. And what happens? I don't... I don't know if that's just steam or that's like above the burners here. Is that like a drawing of something? Yeah, I thought that too. I'm guessing like once I take the... Oh, there we go. I didn't see the burners underneath this pot. But I don't have enough ingredients yet. I'm still missing an onion and a handle for the meat grinder. Oh, shit. Oh, there's a fucking thing in there. There we go. There we go.
One meatball coming up.
Blorp. Oh, is that it right there? Maybe that's it.
And that makes two.
Aha.
Now it's a proper glue.
Proper.
Thank you.
No!
Stauf! What do you want? Show yourself!
Oh. Oh, the soup!
Looking for
The soup gag from the original!
Bring me the boy. Nice and clean.
I remember that gag because it wasn't like a puzzle, but you go up to the soup and you like interact with the soup and it would go boop and the face would come out of it at you. Totally remember that shit. However, I am a little concerned that I found 0 coins in this room. I have not found a single coin in this room. That kind of distresses me. There's been one or two in every other room. Oh, maybe I get a pair of bolt cutters? Oh,
Just
hold on.
bide your time. You know when the moment is right.
Storage room.
Ew, this place smells bad. Like something rotten.
Oh, a coin in the poo-poo! Give me the... Yes, give me the poo-poo coin! Oh. Someone ate that shit. Silky paper, silky toilet paper. Perfect. Oh yeah, the gameplay is way different. One of the things is you can actually move around. It's not like, you know, scene based. Gimme. There we go. You just saw a coin? Tell me where, Gilts. Coin. Shelf next to the toilet door. Okay. Next to the toilet door. Oh, in the hall. Okay. Aha! Nice eye. Good eye. Good eye. Good eye.
Here, little piggy, piggy, piggy.
Oh, a feast for pigs. Happy Pride, Ploak. Is there a puzzle in here or what? There should be, right? If it's all dusty like this, it should have a puzzle. I can't pick that up. Alright, well, whatever. Wow, Obi-Wan!
You know when the moment is right.
Oh, hey. I see you.
Oh, this house just gets under my skin.
Oh.
Stay calm, Hamilton. It's all an illusion.
He's getting more bluey. Okay. Let's see. The game room and the bedroom.
Edward? Where are you?
pretty sure I've checked all these. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. This is the
All this just for me? Incredible.
Burden's
I
bedroom.
wonder if the rooms of the other guests are this fancy.
No possible way. Frogs. Harry Potter. Oh. Grand Fete at Stauff Mansion. Remember our illustrious and eccentric millionaire, Mr. Henry Stauff? After years of seclusion, he apparently will be throwing a gala event next Saturday. Of course, we would love to know who is invited to this highly exclusive soiree. We know at least one invitee, former Miss Harley herself, Miss Martine Burden. When speaking to our humble reporter, she mentioned that she returned specifically to honor Mr. Stauff's invitation. Mr. Stauff is a genius. Would you ignore an invitation from him? Who indeed? Or who would? We asked if she was disturbed by his often reported eccentricities. All geniuses have their quirks. That's what makes them stand apart from the rest. Genius or not, your dedicated reporter would love to be a fly on the wall of this Saturday's gala event. Faithfully yours, Greta Divine.
How can he possibly have these?
How indeed. Oh, here we go. Another story about the puppeteer.
Embittered, he started to resent all those sanctimonious townspeople. In desperation and out of spite, he turned to a life of crime. Driven out of town, he hid in the neighboring woods and robbed those who crossed his path.
Aha! Good job, Henry.
All alone during the cold winter nights, Stauff was surrounded by nothing but shadows, creeping ever closer.
Ha, yes. Where's her music box? Mixed bag. Although most of the main cast gave believable performances, the same cannot be said about the debuting Martine Burden, playing the role of seductive flapper Mitzi. Her performance can be summed up in a single word: wooden. But that's a disservice to wood, as I've seen planks with more emotion. The soldiers' costumes are very realistic. Oh, okay. The fuck?
Oh, don't worry about
what
this.
now?
Perhaps you're better with animals.
Okay. Nope. So after pink, they die. Okay.
If you compare a donkey's intelligence with that of a pig, they're both smarter than you.
Fuck you, dude. I hate you so much, you motherfucking asshole. Okay. So.
Do you find other things in your life difficult too? Like matching socks or forming sentences?
So it has to be. So this has to be that one.
You're just not the puzzling type.
Okay. Good so far. Good so far. We gotta get this one to be green. Okay. Shit. Yep. That worked. Okay. Blue, pink, blue. Oh, it's green, green, blue. Fuck. And that, yeah. Okay.
Come on. You'll not even try.
There we go. There we go. Ah! Oh.
The floor tells them where to go, but it needs something extra.
Twisted Gifted with 32. Thank you, Twisted Gifted. There's a coin. Give me that. Oh, there's the music box. I've been waiting for this. There we go.
My dear Miss Byrne.
Miss Byrne.
I'm so glad you could join us. Our town is much richer now that you have returned. And a party would simply not be the same without your dazzling presence. Look carefully. There is a mystery here for you to solve. This whole mansion is a puzzle filled with clues.
Oh, I think the VR would add something to this for sure, yeah. I bet this would be super fun in VR.
Here is what it seems. This house has its own rules, and it can be a cruel mistress. Yet solve its mystery, and you obtain your heart's deepest desire. In the meantime, I remain your devoted patron.
Henry Stout. If co-sponsors Zeke to play Amberville, will he pay an exposure? No, he has to pay me money. That is the only way I play that piece of game. What? What? What'd I say? Oh, that's right. There's no. Oh, was that a kitty? Kitty. Oh, no, it's not a kitty. Okay. Oh, what's this? Former Miss Harley returns. Imagine my surprise, dear readers, when a little birdie told me that former homecoming queen and Miss Harley 1932, Miss Martine Burden, sneaked back into our little town. She arrived late Friday evening by bus, perhaps disappointing her many male admirers, expecting a limousine or any other fancy form of transportation. She then disappeared into her family home, where we can only assume she regaled many titillating tales of her time in the Big Apple. Perhaps she can explain why we never read about her sensational career as a celebrated actress on The Great White Way, which she promised everyone when she left our quaint little town 2 years ago. Faithfully yours, Greta Devine. I think Greta just fucking hates her. I think they were high school friends and stole her man and just never forgave her.
A jewelry box? For me? Henry Stout, you are quite the generous host.
Hey, wait a minute. There isn't one here. Oh, that one's got to be destroyed. Oh, farts. Okay, I think this ended up working out.
Gorgeous. Perfect for a night out.
First try, bitches. And go. Oh, shine it on the heart. Shine it on the face. Shine it on the vagina. Come and look upon the heart. Upon the heart. Ooh. Ooh. Flashing on the makeup table. Makeup table, makeup table. This. No. This. I think I already did this one. Really enjoying this game, but I come across a game-breaking bug. Hopefully it doesn't happen to you. God, I hope not. Oh. Can I wind her up? Oh, she has no collision. That's fun. Oh, coin. Do you want a rose? How about you, sir? Would you like a rose? And she seems like lit up where he's not. Looks like she has like, you know, lights going throughout her and he does not. Also, the lamp is behaving strangely. That's cool. There we go. See, look, it gets smaller. What the fuck is happening? Weird.
Time to unite these two lovers. How romantic.
Okay, so I gotta go to this one. And then we gotta go to that one. In order to go to that corner one, we gotta go to this guy. There you go. Now dance.
Thank you.
Or make out. You know, whatever.
Damn you.
Damn you. Butterfly in the sky. I can't go anywhere. Suck my dick.
Friends to know.
So, the puzzles?
Screw the puzzles, sweetheart. Eddie, you're a smart man. We need to beat the others to the punch. Julia's a drunk. Hamilton's a fool, and Eleanor is a little lamb. But that snide Mr.
I love how they're 3D.
He's a snake.
He's ruining everything. I wish he would just disappear.
Let me handle him.
Oh, Eddie, you do that?
Oh,
For me?
Eddie.
For us? So that we can both get what we really want.
Don't make me guess.
Humana.
When I'm done here, I won't have to depend on anyone ever again.
All right. And that was Burden's bedroom. And now the game room.
Puzzles. But if I play my cards right, I'll be out of this hellhole of a town come morning. And this time, for good.
Oh, so I gotta find those 3 bottles of spirits? Okay.
The madman's playroom. Well, there must be something here to explain all of this.
Must be. Devil's Riddle, Gut Punch, Glenn Stauff. What do you got? White bottle and a green bottle? Oh, I must have to solve the things to put them in there. Solve some things. Eh. It's cutting off heads. Oh, coin. Bring. Oh, a chess puzzle. You don't say. Oh, that looks like one. Old Julia Gin.
The shadows surrounding Stauff started to call his name. They were his friends, they whispered. And then they entered his dreams. They showed him a beautiful doll. It seemed alive somehow. Its gaze haunting.
Oh shit, Twisted Gifted. Thank you for the 32 months.
In his mind, and he carved a small figure out of a dead branch.
He's carving a doll. It's not a real person. That's a doll.
Just as he saw
It's just a doll. Don't worry about it. No biggie. Chemistry outfit for boys. That doesn't look right, right? That's not right. No, that's not right. That's not correct. Okay. Chess puzzle, let's go.
Nothing but queens. And a queen is lethal in any direction.
Oh, whoops. Oh, right. Okay. Do you have a Trader Joe's grocery near you? I don't know. They have the best snacks and meals. I'm currently munching on some mango habanero guacamole. HEB has some good stuff, though. We do have HEBs out here. What do you think this wants from me? Yeah, all the puzzles except one are different from the original, according to one of the devs. None of them are threatened. If I threaten one, it disappears. But it does appear that I'm missing two of them. I mean, those two are marked as squares where they need to be, but... Is there another? Oh, there's the... Oh, this... Well, that does nothing. Fuck off. Oh, there's a coin. Yeah, I know. I saw the pen. I mean, I don't know what to do with it. I mean, I can pick up lots of stuff. Oh. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, okay. So there is. Nope, pick it up. Drop it over here. Give me the coin. Thank you. Oh, there's a queen back here. Yep, so once I find the red and white labeled bottle somewhere, I put it down and I get another queen. So there's probably 2 of those. I just gotta find the right. I mean, that's red and white, but it's not a square bottle. And there's another one there. There's red rum. Those 2 look right. But that one right there, I haven't found a bottle that looks like that yet. I can't pick the hat up. But, oh, is that it right there? Did I just fucking... Oh, you prick.
It's a chess piece. Probably part of another one of Stauf's twisted games.
Okay. So I'm still missing one. Was there another clue? I've shined it everywhere except on the pool table. Okay. There, 3 goes in there. 6. 6 goes in here. 5 goes in here. Two goes there. 12 goes there. And the 9 goes here. Badoosh!
Another chess piece. Well, I see where this is going.
Do I? Nope. Oh, damn it. Oh, Shazbot.
And here they all are. Check. Mate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Foil.
You're welcome.
Again.
Yeah, we had Nick at Night, dude. We watched some fucking Mork and Mindy back in the day.
They're after after a boy. It's a sacrifice. Key. But to which door?
All the doors. This door. What? Devolver Direct is happening in the middle of the year. Later on in the months. I mean, not in the middle of the year, but they said they're cooking something up for later on this year, I think. The nursery. Wait, what? Oh, this one. Oh, the one with the steam around it, of course, or the whatever around it. Adoy.
A room full of dolls. What if the rumors were true? Something feels very wrong here.
A lot of drawing on the wall. Okay. Okay, follow the line. Yikes. Yikes. Teapot goes to Lara. Ugh. Nope.
That is no toy for a child. Stealth, you have a very sick mind.
Okay. Kim loves Tom.
The voices sent him to an inn at the nearby town of Harley-on-the-Hudson. The innkeeper had a daughter. Stauff offered the doll, and in turn got a place to stay. A simple transaction, the first of many.
It's gonna cost you more than a doll this time, Stauff, if you wanna stay. Ah, thank you. Coin. Guillotine. Got it. Thank you.
Petunia.
Oh my god.
Momo. Ben. Lara. Petunia.
Lara, you go there.
The dolls seem to be having a tea party. But who sits where?
Yeah. Lara sits by the teapot. We know that because of... I think. Or not. Is that a teapot? No, that's like a cracker pot. Okay, so Momo is next to Kim. No, what'd you call me? Oh, there's a head in there. Oh, fun.
Another doll head. Now, which doll do you belong to?
Ben!
There you go, Ben. We cool, Ben? Oh, there's the teapot. There's the teapot. And the teapot, follow it, swirls around, comes over here, up there, through there, swirls there, comes down. Angela has the teapot. I think, I hope.
Angela!
There you go.
Lara!
There you go, Angela. Angela has curls. These curls. I think that's it.
Angela!
I do not care for hunky boys.
Or do I?
Angela and Ben love each other, so that's Angela. Who's this?
Tom!
Tom?
Ben!
There. I don't know. Is that close enough, or do they need to be closer? They're at the same table, at least. Momo next to Kim and... Oh, man. Petunia. Momo next to Kim and Petunia.
Petunia! Momo? Petunia! Kim! Tom! Lara!
Who else was lovey? Kim and Tom.
Kim! Tom!
Okay. Kim and Tom.
Momo.
Oh my god. I did the coffin puzzle, god damn it. I finished it. Ben. Oh, I hate when I have to follow from behind this thing. Ben next to Petunia.
Petunia!
Okay, Ben is next to Petunia. That's a cookie jar. And that's, yeah, Tom. Tom is in front of the fucking cookie jar.
Tom, Kim.
Lolo.
Petunia.
I should match their heads first, probably. So Tom has his short hair, no hat. Okay. Let's see. Angela's got the curls and a bow.
Angela.
Yeah, you're good. Okay. Kim has got long hair and a bow. No hat. There you are. What are you doing? Get in there! Oh. There we go.
Off with your head.
Beautiful. Okay, so this is Kim. Yes, Kim and next to Tom.
Petunia.
Nope. Damn it!
Petunia.
Petunia, stop it. You're getting your head cut off and that's all there is to it.
Petunia. Kim.
Yes, Kim, you get this head. There. There.
Kim.
There. Okay.
Petunia.
Petunia, what do you look like? You have a hat with a little bow on it. Okay. Shit. Are you the redhead or the blonde? Or the brunette? I think that's it.
Petunia.
Okay. And the last one here.
Laura.
Right? Okay.
That's all the heads.
Okay.
But I wonder if all the dolls are in the right place.
Okay, I've got the heads on correctly. What the fuck is that thing? Because it's not the teapot. And there's only two. Oh, there it is right there. It's that. Oh, it's smaller than I thought. Okay, so who gets that? That's Laura. Laura gets that.
Laura.
Oh, she's in the right place then. Good. Okay. And the cookie jar is in front of Tom, correct? Yes, Tom gets the cookie jar.
Tom.
Okay. And this says Angela and Ben should be next to each other.
Angela.
Yep. Okay. Right there. Yep. Right there. So these three should be good. So it's just these four that need to be moved around. Now, if he's in the right place.
Tom.
Tom is in front of the cookie jar. Petunia should be next to Laura. Oh, Petunia should be next to all kinds of people.
Kim. Momo.
Sit back down.
Petunia. Kim.
There we go.
There we go.
All in the right
Bingo.
place. So detailed. So full of...
Help us, please.
1 second. The special one. Tad. Oh, Tad. Oh, I didn't see if he has a music box. There shouldn't be one for him. He's not a guest. Okay, maybe it'll be easier to find if I just... There we go.
What children?
Can't you hear them? Listen.
My dear, I must confess, I'm not at all gifted. I'm not even from the Far East. I'm from the Bronx.
Help me! I can't move! Mommy? Mommy! I want my mommy! I want my mommy!
I want my dolly! We had dolls too!
We had dolls too!
I got very sick.
I didn't wake up.
The stories were all true. Every child who played with a Stouff doll fell ill and died. These dolls
Contain the children's souls.
The blood of sixth and the seventh guest.
The one who opens realms.
The Toymaker's revenge.
The boy on the chessboard.
Save him! Please!
Satan? Oh, save
Get him
him.
out of here before the others get to him. You go upstairs. I'll go down.
Butterfly? There's the butterfly. We did it! Look at all these butterflies, all the kids.
I can go anywhere.
Suck my dick!
Friends to know.
The voices sent him to an inn at the nearby town of Harley-on-the-Hudson.
Oh, why didn't this burn up?
The innkeeper had a daughter.
I thought this burnt up.
Stouff offered the doll and in turn got a place to stay. A simple transaction. The first of many.
Virus claims 2 more Harley children. Specialist from New York Medical Center issues warning. The deadly virus that has been claiming the lives of Harley's children continues unchecked, with another 2 children dying this week. Emily Booth, age 6, and Thomas Horner, age 9, died within hours of each other. These new deaths occurred with a suddenness and violence have shocked this small village. There has been no explanation as to why some children are getting the virus, which produces a terrible fever from which the suffering children never recover. The virus has claimed a dozen children, and officials at the county hospital have little help to offer terrified parents. Earlier this week, Dr. Frederick P. Wilson, a New York Medical Center immunologist expert, visited the terror-stricken community. Though the world-famous doctor has no explanation for the virus, why it appeared to be limited to Harley, he did offer a warning to parents. Make sure that children wash their hands well to keep themselves as germ-free as possible, wash their playthings too, and in general, keep a high level of cleanliness. Also important, the specialist added, parents should keep children away from any adults other than family members. It's possible, Wilson said, that adults can carry something that, while not deadly to them, will prove fatal to their children. And what is that Harley's parents are fighting? I suspect that it's a form of the flu, some new strain that we haven't seen before. Wilson has asked to be kept informed of any new cases, promising to do what he can to understand this new disease. Baby, I can beat you again from a draw down on the bed. Ooh, more I get it, you the better to see it, yeah. Know that your boat is in doom. I laid it the goo on my face.
Oh my lord. The dolls are the children.
Yeah, I know.
Trapped. Like rats in a maze.
Shh. What did the 5 fingers say to the face? Oh, slap! Oh, slap! Thank you for your money, though. I do appreciate your money. Thank you, Mr. Bubbles. Oh, look at that. The rooms are clearing up. What do you got to say, sir? He's getting madder and madder. Look at him.
Something inside me told me to come to the house that night. I don't know why. I just had to.
He is Vigo! You were like the buzzing of flies to him. Okay, so the bathroom's still locked. Upstairs, it's all still locked. Oh, there we go. The storage room and the music room.
Now, where's that brat for a song? The music room.
Yeah, there you go.
Being the refined guests that you all are, I'm sure you all share my fine taste in music and art. Feel free to make use of the music room right next to the library. Upstairs nursery is a grand display of my older work. And as my guests, you are, of course, free to explore. And remember, a stealth toy is a toy for life.
Life. Okay, to anyone who has played this before, is the storage room a room to solve? Because I didn't see any puzzles in here. It's not, okay. Yes, I will be playing it tomorrow. I do have a sponsored thing. Me and the Drop Frames boys are going to be doing some Expedition 33 again, and then we'll pick this back up. Oh no, it's still downstairs.
Keep it together, Brian. Just another business deal.
Look at all those puzzles.
The voices told Stauf to open up a shop, and soon every boy and girl in town wished for a Stauf toy. A Stauf toy is a toy for life, people said, and no two are alike. The mysterious Mr. Stauf grew wealthy overnight.
Oh, did I say Expedition 33? I meant 33 Immortals. That's my bad. That's my bad. What happened to Demo Week? Well, that's next week when Steam Next Fest happens. When are you joining a Swift Monopoly game next? I don't know, dude. I'm still in the throes of moving and figuring out house stuff, and I just don't have the mental capacity to be any good at Monopoly right now. Not that I was ever good. Okay.
It's a theremin. Move your hand to the antenna, and the note goes up.
Heartman. No, stop. Get out of here. What am I looking at here? What did I don't even know what that accomplished. If that accomplished anything.
What do those markings on the keys mean?
Oh, wait a minute. One. Oh, hold on a second. Oh. Five. So that's 3, 4, 5. There we go. So there must be more to do with this since I can still... Oh, here's something. Oh, I had to do both of those so I can unlock this. Okay. Oh, I have a lot of fucking... pins to do. Does that automatically move? Okay. So I make her go down, then I make her go left, left, and then I make her stab down. I wonder if she moves onto that square. She probably does. And then I go down once, and then I stab left, and I don't have enough. I need left, left, down. Maybe I don't get it. Oh, maybe it's the knight that goes, but like, there's still too many tiles for not enough movement. Let me just use all these. See what happens. Oh, play melodies F, idiot. God damn, dude. Okay, let me try that again. Right, up. Stab right. Let's just see if that much is correct. Okay. That much is correct, but he doesn't move that way.
The knight needs to rescue the princess.
I know. I'm fully aware. Thank you. Yeah, can he go? What if he went? Can he go right and up at the same time? Oh, he can. Okay, okay. So right and up, we'll take him diagonal. And then that one, we'll take him that way. And then I can stab and move at the same time. Okay. Yep, okay, stab and move at the same time. And then diagonal and stab. Oh, wait a minute. Up and right. And then stab right?
Maybe we can use 2 pins at the same time.
Shut up, thank you. And then we go right and stab up. And then move up. Oh, maybe I can combine stabs too. So if I stab that and then I can stab up and right. Oh my fucking god. That's crazy. I didn't even think I could do that. Up. And then left up. And then left up again. Should be it. No! Why aren't you moving up? Diagonal. Right. Oh. Okay. You move in diagonal. Then you move right. And then you... Oh, okay. Okay, why doesn't he move after the second stab? So he goes right and stab, and then he stabs diagonal. Why doesn't he move diagonal? Move right. Now he just needs to go 2 diagonals.
Hashtag all state
Yeah,
Forza.
2 diagonal. And then he goes right. No, oh, left. Up. Left. Up. J Lang with 102 months. Thank you, J Lang. Okay. So he moves diagonal there. He moves diagonal, then moves one right. Stab and move. So that's good. Then he stabs diagonal. Yeah, they changed all the puzzles except one, I guess. Okay, maybe not that. Okay, so he goes, moves into that square. And then if we make him move right, and then up and stab. Okay, so he does have 3 left. So he can go up 1, and then diagonal, diagonal. Okay. Oh, whoops.
did it!
Okay. So she stabs him, huh? That's fun.
Oh boy, thanks!
Yay!
Foiled again.
We did it, butterfly in the sky. This music room is clear.
For a song, this must be it.
I'm not a thief. I just wanted to play with the puzzles.
I don't care. You're mine now.
So, that's Stouff's game. Good boy. Step aside, Mr. Dutton.
Go to hell. I found him. I'll take him to Stouff, and I'll be... Hey!
No, I'm acting over here. You can't run away. Oh, they are acting their asses off in these scenes. Look at them. Murder most foul. The clock has struck 10. Oh, record. No, no, what happened? No. Oh, Elsa, the seal. Oh, there's one in here. Is it an affiliate link? I mean, it was my sponsored link. So yeah, every click, like the sponsored link, I go, hey, someone else clicked. So yeah, be my guest. Use that link. 48 years of memories. Nice. Oh, more stuff. Oh. What hast thou
Dutton is
done?
no longer a problem.
Good.
Where's the boy?
Now you won't be either. Stab, stab, stab.
He escaped.
Why did you give her the knife, you dipshit?
Look at me.
The boy. He's the one Stouff wants.
Our prize. Quick, let's split up and find them before the others do. You look upstairs. Hurry.
Edward. Edward.
Oh, Eddie. Oh, Eddie. She wants the knife. Please. "11 of 17 rooms completed, 28 of 50 coins, 9 of 12 Stouff Chronicles." And now the landing and the the crawl space, the ritual room, they're all open. Maybe the crawl space, I'm not sure. Yeah, no, the crawl space. The crawl space and the landing are open now. Perfect. Alrighty. And that's where we're going to cut it off today. Thank you all so much for being here. I hope you guys had a good day. I had a great day. Tomorrow we're going to play some 33 Immortals. And then we'll finish off the 7th guest. It looks like we're probably going to finish it. So yeah, fun day planned tomorrow. And then on Thursday, lest we forget, Thursday we have another 100-month game, PsyOps. Mindgate Conspiracy for Sky. That's happening on Thursday. So we got a pretty full week, baby. Yeah, not Expedition 33. 33 Immortals. Stop it. 33 Immortals. Don't fuck me up. 33 Immortals tomorrow with co-op with the Drop Frames guys with Co and JP. We'll be doing that tomorrow. And then I'm finishing up 7th guest after that. And then PsyOps on Thursday. So, good stuff. All right, I'm out of here. I'll see you tomorrow, y'all.
And until next time, for all of my Berserkers, and for all of Ziconia,
baby, I can beat to a gift from a drove on the bed. Ooh, more I get into the bed and I see the, yeah. Now that your boat is in doom, I laid the goo on my face.
and that's it. See you tomorrow.